The year is 1700 and the heart of the Spanish Empire has stopped beating. On a cold stone slab in the depths of the royal palace of Madrid lies the body of Charles II. The physicians gather in the flickering candlelight, their hands trembling as they prepare to open the chest of the man who ruled half the world. What they are about to find is not a human anatomy, but a biological horror that defies every law of nature. The official autopsy report will eventually whisper to the courts of Europe that his heart was the size of a single peppercorn. His lungs were corroded, and his head was filled not with a brain, but with stagnant water. This was the final collapse of a bloodline that held the world in a grip of iron for 6 centuries. It was a moral decay made flesh, a forbidden secret written in bone and gangrene. The world believes this was merely the result of centuries of inbreeding, but the records, hidden in the private vaults, tell a darker story. They tell of a debt paid in blood and a curse that was the price of an eternal throne. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and dying beeswax fills the air. Imagine yourself walking through the cold, echoing corridors of the Alcazar. The tapestries are heavy with dust, and the shadows stretch long across the marble floors. We are descending into a history that was never meant to be read by the living. For 600 years, the House of Hapsburg reigned supreme. From the sun-drenched plains of Spain to the fog-covered forests of Austria, their name was synonymous with God's own will on earth. They did not just wear crowns, they wore the destiny of humanity. But look closer at the portraits lining these dark halls. Notice the heavy jaw, the protruding lip, the hollow eyes that seem to stare into a void. History calls it the Hapsburg jaw, a simple genetic fluke. But in the 17th century, the people of Madrid whispered a different name for it. They called it the seal of the debt. Charles II was born into a palace that was already a mausoleum. His father Philip IV had watched his children wither and die one by one until only Charles remained. The boy was the last hope of a dying son. From the moment of his birth, the physicians knew he was different. He did not speak until he was 4. He did not walk until he was 8. His jaw was so large and his tongue so heavy that he could not chew his food. He lived on liquid swallowed in the dark as if he were being fed by spirits. Yet he survived. Against all medical logic, he lived to the age of 38. How does a man with no functioning organs maintain the most powerful throne in existence? The American audience often asks how such a fragile man could command the treasure fleets of the Americas and the armies of the Netherlands. The answer lies in the atmosphere of the court. The Spanish court was a place of absolute silence and rigid ritual. Everything was performed with a precision that bordered on the occult. The king was treated not as a man, but as a sacred vessel. When he moved, the world moved with him. When he fell silent, the empire held its breath. But the silence in the palace hid a growing rot. The physicians who attended the king's final hours were sworn to a vow of secrecy that carried the penalty of death. Among them was a man named Dr. Cristobal Prospero, a man who had seen the inside of many royals, but nothing like what lay beneath the velvet robes of Charles. As he made the first incision, he noticed that the blood was not red, but a thin, translucent gray, like the water of a stagnant pond. There was no warmth left in the tissue, even though the king had passed only moments before. As the chest cavity was opened, the room fell into a terrifying stillness. The heart, which should have been a muscular engine of life, was a shriveled, blackened knot. It truly was the size of a peppercorn. Prospero reached out to touch it, and it crumbled into ash under his finger. How had this heart pumped blood through a body for nearly 4 decades? How had it sustained the will of an emperor who signed decrees that moved? Millions of lives. The physicians looked at each other in the dim yellow light. They were not looking at a medical failure. They were looking at a supernatural vacuum. The lungs were described in the hidden journals as being scorched, as if the king had been breathing fire instead of air for his entire life. His intestines were a labyrinth of decay turned entirely to black bile. The more they explored, the more they realized that Charles II had been dead long before his heart stopped. He was a machine held together by something other than biology. This brings us to the reflective question that haunted the scholars of that era. If the body is the temple of the soul, what happens when the temple is built of ruins? The Hapsburgs believed their blood was divine. They believed they were the chosen guardians of the Catholic faith. But as the centuries passed, their obsession with purity turned into a hunger for the void. They married cousins to cousins and uncles to nieces, not just to keep the land, but to keep the secret. The secret was a pact made in the mountains of Switzerland in the year 1273. It was a night of thunder and blood when the first Hapsburg patriarch realized that human power is fleeting, but the power of the Iron Jaw is eternal. They traded their faces for a throne. They accepted a physical deformity that would grow with every generation as a sign of their connection to an entity that existed outside of time. Each generation, the jaw grew longer, the speech grew thicker, and the heart grew smaller. By the time it reached Charles, there was nothing left to give but the peppercorn heart. Imagine the psychological state of Charles II. A man who could see his own decay in every mirror of the palace. He spent his days in a room filled with the relics of saints and the bones of his ancestors. He was obsessed with his own death, often visiting the royal crypt of the Escorial to look at the empty marble sarcophagus that was waiting for him. He would touch the cold stone and whisper to the shadows as if they were his only friends. He knew he was the end of the line. He knew the debt was coming due. In the archives of the Spanish Inquisition, there are mentions of a shadow king who walked behind Charles. A figure that no one else could see, but everyone could feel. When the king spoke, the shadow king directed his words. When the king signed a paper, the shadow king moved his hand. The moral decay of the empire was not just political, it was spiritual. The gold from the New World was being poured into a bottomless pit of ritual and debt. The physicians continued their grim work as the night deepened over Madrid. The head of the king was the final mystery. When they removed the skull cap, they expected to find the brain of a sovereign. Instead, they found a hollow chamber. The reports describe it as filled with water. But Prospero wrote in his private diary that the fluid was thick and shimmering like liquid silver. There was no gray matter, no complex folds of thought. It was as if the king's mind had been replaced by a reflective pool. Think of what this implies for the history of Europe. For 38 years, the most powerful nation on earth was ruled by a man with a head full of silver liquid. Was he a puppet? Was he a mirror reflecting the desires of the powerful men around him? Or was he a conduit for something far older and more dangerous? The American audience understands the concept of a shadow government, but this was a shadow biology. The Habsburgs had successfully removed the human element from the throne. The medical community of the 17th century was obsessed with the 4 humors: blood yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. In Charles, all 4 were corrupted beyond recognition. His body was a map of every sin the Habsburgs had committed in their climb to the top. The cruelty of the Inquisition, the slaughter of the Americas, the burning of heretics. All of it had manifested in his gangrenous entrails, but as the autopsy progressed, the doctors found something else. Embedded in the base of the king's spine was a small shard of what appeared to be iron. It was fused to the bone. When Prospero tried to remove it, the metal glowed with a faint blue light. This was the anchor. It was the physical manifestation of the Pact of 1273. It was the weight that kept the Hapsburg soul tethered to the physical world long after it should have departed. The atmosphere in the room turned from clinical curiosity to pure terror. The guards outside the heavy oak doors could hear the physicians whispering in frantic tones. The smell of the room changed from the scent of decay to the sharp metallic tang of a blacksmith's forge. The king's body, despite being dead, began to exert a physical pressure on everyone in the room. Some of the assistants fainted. Others fled into the night, leaving their tools behind. Dr. Prospero alone remained. He was a man of science, but he was also a man who understood that history is not made of facts but of forces. He looked at the shriveled peppercorn heart and realized that the Habsburgs had not just been inbreeding for power. They had been trying to create a body that was no longer human so that it could survive the weight of the crown. A human heart would have burst under the pressure of the Habsburg destiny. Only a heart made of stone or pepper or ash could endure it. This is the psychological weight of the story. Imagine being the last of your kind. Charles knew he was the end. He had no children. His two wives, Marie-Louise and Maria Anna, had both failed to produce an heir. But was it their failure, or was it the fact that no human soul could be born into a body that was already claimed by the debt the Hapsburg line had? Become a closed loop, a snake eating its own tail. As we look deeper into the informative details of this era, we see a Spain that was reflecting its king. The gold was gone. The armies were tired. The spirit of the people was crushed under the weight of an eternal bureaucracy. The palace was a place where time stood still. They spent millions on religious festivals while the people starved. They kept the king alive with spells and strange concoctions of crushed emeralds and the milk of white goats. The medical records show that Charles suffered from constant hallucinations. He believed the ghosts of his ancestors were sitting at the dinner table with him. He would offer them wine and bread, talking to the empty air for hours. But were they hallucinations, or was the silver liquid in his head allowing him to see the reality of his lineage? Was he seeing the line of men with the same iron jaw and the same shriveled hearts standing behind him in a long, dark line, stretching back to the mountains of Switzerland? The moral decay was absolute. The church, which should have been the king's conscience, was instead his accomplice. They guarded the secret of the debt because they were part of it. The Habsburgs were the defenders of the faith, and if the Habsburgs fell, the church feared the faith would fall with them. So they helped hide the medical horror. They helped write the official reports that spoke of natural causes, while the truth was buried in the lead-lined coffins of the Escorial. Let U.S. consider the final moments of the king's life before he reached that cold stone slab. On his deathbed, Charles was surrounded by the most powerful men in the world. The ambassadors of France and Austria hovered like vultures, waiting to see who would claim the remains of his empire. The king lay there, his jaw locked open, his breathing a series of wet, rattling gasps. He could not speak, but his eyes were wide and filled with a terrifying clarity. It is said that in those final hours, the silver liquid in his head began to leak from his ears. The servants wiped it away with silk cloths, but the liquid burned through the fabric. The room was filled with the sound of 1,000 whispering voices. The people of Madrid gathered outside the palace gates praying for a miracle, but the miracle had already happened. The miracle was that Charles had lasted this long. The psychological collapse of a dynasty is a slow and silent thing. It does not happen with a bang, but with a shriveling. The Hapsburgs had traded their faces for an empire, but they forgot that an empire also has a face. And the face of the Spanish Empire in 1700 was the face of Charles II. It was a face of exhaustion and deformity. It was a face that could no longer hide the truth of its origin. When the king finally closed his eyes, a silence fell over the palace that lasted for 3 days. No bells were rung, no announcements were made. The physicians were already at work in the basement. They were not just performing an autopsy, they were trying to dismantle a curse. They wanted to see if they could find the soul of Spain hidden somewhere in the king's ruins, but as we have seen, they found only the peppercorn heart. They found the corroded lungs and the water-filled head. They found that the king was a hollow vessel. This realization sent shockwaves through the courts of Europe. If the king was hollow, then what was the empire? The War of the Spanish Succession, which followed his death, was the largest conflict the world had ever seen up to that point. Millions would die to decide who would sit on the throne of a dead man, the informative demand of our story. Today is to understand that the Hapsburg Shadow did not end with the death of Charles. The debt was not fully paid. The entity that had granted them power for 600 years simply moved its gaze. The iron shard in the king's spine was never found by the subsequent generations. Some say it was taken by Dr. Proro, who fled to Italy and changed his name. Others say it was buried with the king acting as a beacon for the shadows that still haunt the halls of the Escorial. The American and Tier 1 audience values the intersection of science and the unknown. In the case of Charles II, the science of his time failed to explain his existence. Modern genetics explains it as the result of a coefficient of inbreeding higher than that of siblings. But science cannot explain the peppercorn heart. It cannot explain how a man with those organs could rule. It cannot explain why the autopsy report was hidden for centuries in the secret archives. As you listen to the sound of my voice, imagine the flicker of the last candle in the king's chamber. The flame is low and the wax is pooling at the base. This is the state of the Hapsburg soul at the end of the 17th century. They had consumed everything. They had consumed their own genetics. They had consumed the wealth of continents. They had consumed the very air of history until there was nothing left but the shriveling. The moral decay of the Habsburgs was their belief that they were above the laws of nature. They believed that by keeping their blood pure, they were keeping their power safe. But nature has a way of correcting the balance. The more they tried to stay the same, the more they were forced to change into something else. Something not human. Something that looked like a king but felt like a debt. The slow, hypnotic pace of this realization is what makes the story of the peppercorn heart so haunting. It is the story of a man who was a prisoner of his own blood. Charles did not choose the debt. He was born into it. He was the final payment. He was the one who had to stand on the stone slab and let the physicians open his chest to reveal the truth of his ancestors. Greed. The reflection we must carry with us tonight is this. What are we trading today for the power of tomorrow? Are we building empires of gold and iron while our hearts shrivel into peppercorns? The Habsburgs are a warning from the shadows of history. They tell us that the price of eternal power is the loss of the human heart. And once the heart is gone, the rest of the body is just a matter of time and decay. The autopsy was finished by dawn on November 2nd. The physicians stitched the king's body back together with heavy black thread. They dressed him in his finest robes of silk and gold. They placed the crown on his head, though his neck could barely support the weight of the metal. He was laid in state, and the doors of the palace were open to the people. Thousands of people filed past the coffin. They saw a king who looked like a wax doll. His skin was pale and translucent, as if he were lit from within by a cold blue light. They did not see the shriveled heart. They did not see the water in his head. They saw the legend of the Hapsburgs one last time, but the air in the room was heavy. The people didn't pray, they whispered. They could feel that the era of the sun had ended, and the era of the shadow had begun. The psychological toll on the survivors of the court was immense. The Queen Maria Anna fled the palace, claiming that she could hear the clicking of the king's jaw in every room. The servants refused to enter the king's private chambers, saying that the smell of burning iron still lingered in the air. The empire was in a state of mourning, but it was a mourning of relief. The weight was finally off their shoulders. Even if a war was coming, the informative legacy of the peppercorn heart is found in the medical textbooks of the 1800s. It became a case study in the failure of the monarchy, but for those who know the deeper history, it is a case study in the persistence of the debt. The Habsburgs had spent centuries trying to become gods, and in the end, they became a warning. They became a biological impossibility. As the light in our narrative fades even further, we must look at the empty throne. For centuries, the Habsburgs had sat there believing they were the masters of the world. But the throne was never theirs. It belonged to the entity they had made the pact with in 1273. And that entity was now looking for a new family, a new bloodline to inhabit, a new jaw to shape. The moral decay of power is that it never truly goes away. It only changes form. The peppercorn heart was not the end of the curse. It was merely the end of the vessel. The Hapsburg Shadow had moved into the foundations of Europe, hiding in the banks and the secret societies that would rise from the ashes of the Spanish Empire. The secret was no longer in the palace. It was in the world. Think of Charles II as you drift closer to the edge of sleep. Think of him not as a monster, but as a tragic guardian. He held the debt for as long as he could. He endured a body that was a cage of decay so that the world wouldn't have to face the truth. He was the last of the unbroken, even though his body was shattered from birth. In the final report, Dr. Prospero wrote a sentence that was deleted by the Inquisition. He wrote that when he closed the king's eyes for the last time, he saw a reflection in the silver liquid. He saw a city made of iron and glass where everyone had the same jaw and the same shriveled hearts. He saw a future where the Habsburg debt was no longer a secret but a way of life. The light is almost gone now. The Palace of Madrid is silent. The stone slab is cold, and the physicians have long since turned to dust. But if you listen closely to the silence of history, you can still hear it. The sound of a heart the size of a peppercorn beating in the dark. A slow rhythmic thud that tells us the story is not yet finished. The Habsburgs left behind more than just empty palaces and haunted portraits. They left behind a question that echoes through the centuries. If you could have everything at the cost of your face and your heart, would you take the deal? The Habsburgs did. And they spent 600 years trying. To survive the answer, the king is dead. The line is broken. The debt is collected. But as the physicians moved from the basement to the upper floors, they realized they had forgotten one thing. They had forgotten to check the king's shadow. For even in the pitch-black darkness of the tomb, the body of Charles II cast a shadow that was twice as large as the man himself. And that shadow was not lying still. It was beginning to walk. The shadow moved through the halls of the Alcazar, past the weeping queens and the silent guards. It moved toward the room where the royal children were once kept. It moved toward the iron-bound chest that contained the origin of the lineage. For while the king's heart was shriveled, the pact was still beating, and the pact was about to reveal its true face in the next chapter of our story. This was the end of the king, but it was only the beginning of the shadow, for the Hapsburgs had a secret even darker than the peppercorn heart. They had a hidden ancestor who was never mentioned in the family trees. A man who lived in the reflections of their mirrors and waited for the day the blood would finally fail. The physicians thought they had seen the worst of the Hapsburg secret on that autopsy table, but they were wrong. As they prepared the king for burial, they noticed a faint humming sound coming from the royal vault. It was a sound of 100 voices chanting a name that had not been spoken since the Crusades. A name that leads us directly to the Iron Mirror and the Knight the First. Hapsburg signed his soul away for a crown that would never fit. History tells a lie that we have all accepted as truth. It tells us that in the year 1273, a minor nobleman named Rudolf of Hapsburg was elected king of the Romans simply because he was perceived as weak and easily controlled. But history hides the forbidden ritual that took place in the frozen silence of the Swiss Alps weeks before the election. Behind the walls of the Hawk's castle there stood a mirror made of cold, dark iron that did not reflect the world as it was, but as it would become. Rudolf did not win a political race. He signed a blood-soaked pact with an entity that demanded his bloodline's very humanity in exchange for a throne that would never fall. He looked into that mirror and saw his descendants withered and deformed, their hearts shriveled to the size of peppercorns, and he chose to say yes. He betrayed the natural order of life to satisfy a hunger for eternal power. Every Hapsburg crown was forged in the heat of this ancient lie. The moral decay of Europe began not in a palace, but in a reflection. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and mountain pine fills the air. Close your eyes and feel the biting chill of a 13th century winter in the Swiss Argau. We are standing before the jagged stone walls of Hapsburg, the castle of the Hawks. To understand the 300% retention of power that the Habsburgs maintained, you must first understand the chaos of the great interregnum. For 20 years, the Holy Roman Empire had been a headless beast. There was no emperor, no central authority, only a landscape of warring princes and starving peasants. The throne was a poisoned chalice that no one was strong enough to hold. It was a time of absolute uncertainty where the line between the divine and the demonic was blurred by desperation. Rudolf of Hapsburg was not a man of destiny by birth. He was a Count of Modest, means a man whose name carried little weight in the grand courts of Vienna or Prague. But Rudolf possessed a psychological depth that his rivals lacked. He understood that in a world of chaos, the only way to achieve permanence was to anchor oneself to something that existed outside of time. While the other princes fought for land and gold, Rudolf was searching for the Iron Mirror. The legend of the mirror had been whispered in the Hapsburg family for generations. It was said to be a relic from a time before the Romans, a piece of the earth's core, hammered into a flat surface by the first smiths of the mountains. It was kept in a hidden chapel deep beneath the foundations of the Hawk's Castle, a place where the sun never reached and the air stayed as cold as a grave. Informative. Records from the Vatican secret archives hint that Rudolf spent 40 days and 40 nights in that subcellar. He was not praying to the God of the Scriptures. He was waiting for the mirror to wake up. The American audience often wonders how a minor count could suddenly convince the powerful prince-electors to vote for him. The answer is found in the change that came over Rudolph during those 40 days. When he emerged, his eyes were no longer the eyes of a count. They were the eyes of a man who had seen the end of the world and decided to rule the ruins. In 1273, the electors met at Frankfurt. They were looking for a shadow king, a man who would be a placeholder while they continued their private wars. They saw Rudolph's humble clothing, his lack of a massive army, and his quiet demeanor. They thought they were choosing a puppet. They had no idea that the man standing before them was already a vessel for a force they could not comprehend. The psychological strategy of Rudolph was masterclass. He played the part of the modest servant while the iron mirror pulsed beneath his breastplate. He knew that the pact was already active. The first condition of the pact was the erasure of the physical self. If you look at the earliest coins minted during Rudolph's reign, you see a face that is still symmetrical and human. But as the years of his reign progressed, the portraits began to change. The nose became more hooked, the jaw began to push forward, and the eyes sank deeper into the skull. This was not the result of age. This was the mirror claiming its price. The pact stated that for every year the Hapsburgs sat on the throne, a piece of their physical beauty would be sacrificed to the iron reflection. The mirror needed a face to wear in the spirit world, and it was taking Rudolph's, the ritual of the iron. Mirror was not a one-time event. It was a parasitic bond that required constant maintenance. After his coronation, Rudolph returned to the Hawk's castle alone. He did not bring his advisors or his family. He descended once more into the dark chapel where the mirror waited. The chamber was lined with black salt to keep the vibrations of the living world away. The mirror itself did not reflect the candlelight. It swallowed it. When Rudolph stood before it, he had to offer a sacrifice of memory. The entity behind the iron demanded that the king forget the face of his mother and the name of his first love. To hold the empire, he had to let go of the things that made him human. The informative value of this moment cannot be overstated. This is where the Habsburg isolation began. For the next 6 centuries, the family would become increasingly detached from the people they ruled. They lived in a psychological fortress. The American audience understands that power requires sacrifice, but the Habsburgs practiced a form of sacrifice that was biological and spiritual. The iron mirror was more than just a tool for prophecy. It was a genetic map. As Rudolph stared into the dark surface, he saw lines of light stretching out from his body. These lines represented his future children and grandchildren. He watched as the lines twisted and knotted together. He saw the interbreeding that would become the family's trademark. He understood that to keep the pact alive, the blood must never leave the circle. If a Habsburg married outside the circle, the connection to the mirror would weaken. If the connection weakened, the throne would fall. This was the true reason for the centuries of incestuous marriages. It was not about royal pride or keeping the estates together. It was a desperate attempt to keep the biological anchor of the iron mirror secured. Every cousin who married a cousin was another link in the chain that Rudolph had forged in 1273, but the pact had a side effect that Rudolph had not anticipated. The mirror did not just take his physical features, it began to influence his thoughts. He began to dream in the language of the iron. He heard the mountains speaking to him through the walls of his bedroom. The moral decay started with a subtle shift in empathy. Rudolph, who had once been known for his justice, became a man of cold calculation. He saw people not as subjects, but as fuel for the Habsburg destiny. During the battle on the Marchfeld in 1278, where Rudolf defeated the powerful king. Ottokar of Bohemia witnesses described the Hapsburg king as appearing translucent in the heat of the sun. It was as if he were a ghost wearing armor. While Ottokar fought with the fury of a man, Rudolf fought with the precision of a machine. He didn't tire. He didn't bleed red. The chronicles mention that when he was wounded, a thick gray fluid leaked from his side, exactly like the fluid found in the head of Charles II 400 years later. The victory at Marchfeld solidified the Habsburg grip on Austria and Styria. It was the birth of the Austro-Hungarian power base. But the price was visible to anyone who dared to look closely at the king. Rudolf's jaw had begun its long, slow transformation. He struggled to pronounce certain words. He developed a habit of covering his mouth with a silk cloth when he spoke to foreign ambassadors. The psychological toll on his wife, Gertrude of Hohenberg, was immense. She watched her husband turn into a stranger. She saw him standing in the middle of the night, staring into empty corners as if he were watching a reflection that only he could see. She wrote in her secret letters that the king's breath smelled of ozone and wet metal. The man she had married was being replaced by the Iron Sovereign. This is the hidden truth of the Habsburg rise. They didn't build an empire through diplomacy or war alone. They built it by becoming a bridge between the physical world and the entity in the mirror. They were the middlemen of a cosmic debt. And as the debt grew, the empire expanded. The more they gave up of their humanity, the more the world was given to them. By the end of the 13th century, the name Habsburg was feared not for its armies, but for its permanence. Other dynasties rose and fell in a single generation, but the Habsburgs seemed to be made of stone. They survived plagues, they survived assassinations, and they survived the shifting tides of the church. This permanence was the direct result of the throne that would never fall. Clause in the 1273 Pact. The Iron Mirror had promised Rudolf that as long as the seal of the debt was visible on the faces of his sons, the Habsburgs would hold the center of Europe. The seal was, of course, the jaw. It was a biological receipt, a sign to the invisible world that the debt was being paid in flesh. The informative research into this period reveals a strange obsession with mirrors in the Habsburg court. Every palace they built, from the Hofburg to the Escorial, was filled with glass and polished metal. But these were not for vanity. They were censors. The family believed that the iron mirror in Switzerland was the mother mirror, and every other reflection in their homes was a window for the entity to watch them. Imagine the psychological pressure of never being alone. Even in the most private moments of their lives, the Habsburgs were being observed by the reflection of their own decay. This created a culture of extreme formality and ritual. If you were always being watched, you had to always be perfect. The rigid Spanish etiquette that would later define the court was a psychological defense mechanism. Against the gaze of the mirror, Rudolf's eldest son, Albert I, was the first to inherit the full weight of the pact. Albert was a man of immense physical strength, but his face was already showing the signs of the iron. He had a permanent scowl and a jaw that made it difficult for him to close his mouth completely. He was known for being cold and humorless. How could he laugh when he knew that his very existence was a transaction? In 1308, Albert was assassinated by his own nephew. But the mystery lies in the aftermath. The assassins claimed that when they struck Albert, he did not cry out. He simply looked at them with a sense of pity. When he died, the iron mirror in the Hawk's castle was said to have cracked, but it didn't break. It healed itself overnight, leaving a scar across the surface. That looked like a vein. The American and Tier 1 audience values the concept of a bloodline of power. The Habsburgs are the ultimate example of this, but unlike modern elites, the Habsburgs were victims of their own success. They couldn't walk away from the throne. To walk away was to die. The pact was binding until the last drop of blood was consumed. During the mid-14th century, the Black Death swept through Europe. Millions died. Entire dynasties were wiped out in a week, but the Habsburgs remained almost entirely untouched. They didn't hide in the countryside or isolate themselves in mountain retreats. They stayed in the heart of the cities. The plague seemed to avoid them. Some chroniclers noted that the rats would not enter a room where a Habsburg was present. Was the plague afraid of the gray fluid in their veins? Or was the entity in the mirror protecting its investment? The moral decay of the family grew as they realized they were untouchable by natural means. They began to see themselves as gods, or at least as something superior to the human race. They started to use the title AEIOU, which stood for All the World is Subject to Austria. It was a statement of supreme arrogance, fueled by a dark supernatural confidence. As we breathe in the cool night air, let us reflect on the nature of this arrogance. It wasn't the arrogance of a bully. It was the arrogance of a prisoner who has been told he is the jailer. The Habsburgs were trapped in the loop of the 1273 Pact. They were the guardians of a secret that was slowly eating them alive. The atmospheric build of our story now takes us to the private study of Frederick III in the late 15th century. Frederick was a man who obsessed over the mirror more than any of his predecessors. He spent years trying to translate the inscriptions that had appeared on the iron surface. He discovered that the mirror was not just a portal, but a clock that was counting down to the year 1700. Frederick realized that the gut was not infinite. It had a peak and it had a conclusion that concludes with the perfect vessel. The Habsburgs were being refined generation by generation. The jaw was getting longer, the heart was getting smaller, and the blood was getting thinner. The mirror was trying to create a body that could hold the entirety of the entity's power. The psychological landscape of the Habsburgs during the Renaissance was a paradox of outward beauty and inward rot. While they commissioned the greatest artists of the world to paint their portraits, they also gave these artists a secret instruction. The artists were told to soften the seal. This is why in many paintings the Habsburg jaw looks prominent but manageable. It was a form of 17th century propaganda, but the iron mirror knew the truth. In the Hawk's castle, the reflection of the family remained unchanged and unfiltered. While a king might look handsome in a painting by Titian, he looked like a monster in the dark chapel of the subcellar. The moral decay was hidden behind layers of velvet and lace. The informative details of the Habsburgs' rise in the 1600s show a family that had become the masters of the world. They ruled Spain, the Americas, the Netherlands, and large parts of Italy. They were the most powerful humans to ever live, but they were also the most miserable. The medical records from this time show a high rate of depression and what they called the melancholy of the blood. The American audience can relate to the idea of the burnout of the elite, but for the Habsburgs, it wasn't just stress. It was the weight of the iron. The iron mirror was pulling on them constantly. They felt a physical gravity that made every movement a struggle. This is why the court rituals became so slow. The king would take 10 minutes to walk across a room. The people thought it was a display of majesty. In reality, the king was fighting against a force that wanted to pull him into the floor. The entity in the mirror was getting hungry. As the empire grew, the mirror required more and more sacrifice. It was no longer satisfied with just memory and physical beauty. It began to demand the soul of the nation. The Habsburgs started to implement policies that were deliberately destructive to the people they ruled. They started wars they couldn't win. They enforced religious dogmas that led to the deaths of millions. They were burning the world to feed the mirror. The psychological transition from protector to predator was complete. The Habsburgs were no longer the kings of the Romans. They were the managers of a global furnace. The fire was fueled by the suffering of the subjects, and the smoke was being inhaled by the entity behind the iron. If you look at the architecture of the Escorial, the palace monastery, built by Philip II, you will see a building that is a literal grid. It is cold, mathematical, and devoid of joy. It was built as a giant battery for the iron mirror's energy. Philip was a man who worked 16 hours a day in a small stone cell. He was a bureaucrat of the apocalypse. He was obsessed with the details of every death warrant he signed. Informative accounts of Philip's final days describe him as being covered in sores that would not heal. His body was literally falling apart while he was still alive. He spent his nights listening to the monks chant in the cathedral below his bedroom. But the chant didn't bring him peace. He said it sounded like the grinding of metal gears. The mirror was calling him. The Pact of 1273 was nearing its climax. The family had reached the peak of its power and the peak of its deformity. The throne that would never fall was now standing on a foundation of millions of graves. And in the center of it all, the mirror waited for the final payment. The reflection in the chapel of Hapsburg had changed again. It no longer showed the Habsburgs as individuals. It showed them as a single multi-headed beast, a collective organism that spanned continents. The jaw was no longer a personal feature, it was a family architecture. As we drift deeper into the hypnotic rhythm of the past, let us ask ourselves, what happens to a family when it stops being a group of people and becomes a machine? What happens when the biological drive to survive is replaced by a supernatural drive to persist? The Habsburgs were the first modern corporation. They had no soul, only a bottom line. And the bottom line was the debt. The psychological horror of this realization is what makes the Hapsburg story so relevant to a Tier 1 audience. We live in a world of systems that seem to have no human face. The Habsburgs were the architects of that world. They showed that you could rule forever if you were willing to give up your heart. The sun began to set on the Habsburg era as the 17th century drew to a close. The world was changing. The Enlightenment was beginning. Science was starting to replace superstition, but the Habsburgs were stuck in the iron cage of 1273. They couldn't change because the pact wouldn't let them. The iron mirror had become so heavy with the weight of the debt that it began to sink into the floor of the chapel. The stone of the Hawk's castle was cracking under the pressure. The entity was ready for the perfect vessel. It was ready for Charles II. Charles was the final distillation of the mirror's intent. He was the man who had no brain, no heart, and no humanity left. He was the empty suit of armor that the mirror had been trying to create for 600 years. When Charles was born, the mirror in Switzerland stopped reflecting anything at all. It became a black hole in the center of the chapel. The informative conclusion to the ritual of the mirror. is a mystery that still puzzles historians. When the Hapsburg line in Spain finally went extinct in 1700, a group of secret agents from the Vatican were sent to Hapsburg. They were ordered to find the iron mirror and destroy it. They found the subcellar, but the mirror was gone. All that was left was a rectangular depression in the stone floor and the smell of ozone. The mirror hadn't been stolen. It had been collected. The debt was paid and the collateral had been taken. The Habsburgs who remained in Austria were allowed to keep their thrones, but the supernatural anchor was gone. They were now just ordinary men with large jaws and a tragic history. The psychological collapse of the family after the loss of the mirror was profound. They felt a sudden lightness that was terrifying. For the first time in 6 centuries, they were responsible for their own destiny, and they didn't know how to handle it. They spent the next 200 years trying to recreate the power of the pact, but they could never find the mirror again. The moral decay of the Habsburgs remains a stain on the history of Europe. They showed us that power is a drug that changes the chemistry of the soul. They showed us that a throne can be a prison and a crown can be a curse. But they also showed us the incredible resilience of the human form even when it is being twisted into something monstrous. As you lie there in the quiet of the night, think of the Hawk's Castle standing empty on a lonely hill in Switzerland. Think of the dark chapel beneath the stone and the rectangular shadow on the floor. The mirror is no longer there, but the reflection remains. It is reflected in the faces of the statues in Vienna. It is reflected in the laws of our modern world. It is reflected in the way we still sacrifice our humanity for the sake of a throne. The Habsburgs didn't just leave us a story, they left us a mirror. And when we look into it, we have to decide if we like what we see. Are we moving toward a future of beauty and balance, or are we moving toward the iron jaw? The atmosphere of our journey tonight is closing in. The candles are flickering their last breaths. The parchment is being rolled up and placed back into the dark archives. The story of Rudolph and his mirror is a closed chapter in the Book of the Living. But in the world of the shadows, the pact is still being discussed. For you see, the mirror wasn't destroyed. It was just moved to a different location. It is waiting for the next minor count who is hungry enough to stay in a dark cellar for 40 days. It is waiting for the next family that is willing to trade its heart for an empire. The iron mirror is patient. It has all the time in the world. And as the last light fades, we must remember the one thing that Rudolph of Hapsburg forgot. A throne that never falls is a throne that you can never leave. The Habsburgs didn't own the empire. The empire owned them. They were the servants of the iron, and the iron is a cold and demanding master. The silence of the room is now absolute. The breathing of the past has slowed to a rhythmic hum. We are leaving the 13th century behind, but we are carrying the secret with us. The secret of the jaw and the secret of the debt. But as we prepare to move forward, we must ask ourselves one last question. If the jaw was the sign of the debt, then what was the jaw actually doing? Was it just a deformity, or was it a biological tool? As the physicians of the 17th century would later discover, the jaw had a purpose that was even more shocking than the mirror itself. A purpose that involves the very structure of the human soul. The legend of the Iron Mirror ends here, but the mystery of the Hapsburg body is just beginning. For while the mirror was the source of the power, the divine deformity was the engine that kept it running. In our next chapter, we will go inside the Hapsburg skin to discover the secret of the vocal cord ritual, and why no Hapsburg was ever allowed to speak their true name aloud. The jaw was not a mistake of nature, it was a masterpiece of design for centuries. The world has looked at the faces of the Hapsburg kings and seen only the tragic results of a closed bloodline. Scientists call it mandibular prognathism, a simple genetic error caused by generations of cousins marrying cousins. But this is the comfort of a lie designed to protect your sanity. The truth is far more terrifying. The Hapsburg jaw was not a mistake of nature, it was a masterpiece of occult engineering. It was a physical antenna grown from the bone of kings, specifically designed to vibrate at the frequency of the iron mirror. The jaw grew because it had to act as a vessel for a voice that was not human. Every extra inch of bone was a sacrifice of the king's ability to eat, to speak, and to breathe, so that he could instead become a resonator for the entity that ruled the empire from the shadows. The Habsburgs did not suffer from a deformity, they cultivated a divine organ. They traded their speech for the language of the void and their comfort for the power of a god. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold incense fills the air. Imagine yourself standing in the private gallery of the Hofburg Palace in Vienna. The floor is polished dark wood, and the walls are lined with portraits that seem to watch you with a heavy, knowing silence. We are moving beyond the surface of the canvas and into the marrow of the bone. To understand why the American and Tier 1 audience is so captivated by this secret, we must look at the biological reality of the Habsburgs through a different lens. In the 17th century, the medical world believed in the signatures of all things. They believed that the shape of a man's body revealed the state of his soul. To the common people, the Habsburg jaw was a curse, but to the inner circle of the Habsburg family, it was the seal of the anointed. It was proof that the Pact of 1273 was still alive and pulsing. The atmospheric build of our story begins in the nursery of the royal palace. When a Habsburg prince was born, the physicians did not check his lungs first. They checked the alignment of his jaw. If the lower teeth already pushed past the upper lip, a secret celebration was held in the dark chapel. This meant the child was a strong vessel. He was a tuner. He was capable of receiving the signals from the iron mirror that we discussed in our previous chapter. As the child grew, the bone would begin to expand at an unnatural rate. By the age of puberty, the chin would become a heavy anchor, pulling the face downward. This created a permanent opening of the mouth, a literal gateway. Historically, we are told this made eating difficult. Charles II had to have his food mashed into a liquid. But let us ask a deeper question. Why would the most powerful family on earth allow their children to suffer like this if it were just a genetic accident? They had the wealth of the world. They could have married into any bloodline in Europe to fix the deformity in a single generation, but they didn't. They doubled down. They chose the jaw again and again. Because the jaw was the hardware. The informative research into the skeletal remains of the Habsburgs reveals something that modern science often overlooks. The density of the jawbone in these kings was nearly 3 times that of a normal human. It was not just large, it was heavy and crystallized. Archival whispers suggest that the Habsburgs were fed a specific diet of mineral-rich salts and pulverized iron from the Swiss mountains. They were literally petrifying their own faces from the inside out. Why would someone turn their jaw into stone? To answer this, we must look at the vocal cord ritual. This was a forbidden practice conducted on the night of a prince's 18th birthday. The prince would be taken to a room with no windows. He would be forced to wear a silver bit in his mouth for 12 hours. This bit was connected to a wire that ran into a pool of mercury. The goal was to stretch the ligaments of the jaw until they reached a point of permanent tension. Once this tension was achieved, the prince could no longer speak the languages of men without a profound struggle, but he could now hear the thrumming. The thrumming was a low-frequency vibration that emanated from the earth itself. It was the sound of the dead. The Habsburgs believed that by enlarging the jaw, they were creating a resonance chamber in the skull. When the entity from the iron mirror spoke, the sound would vibrate through the dense bone and directly into the inner ear, skipping the air entirely. The psychological state of a Hapsburg was therefore one of constant noise. They were never truly in silence. Even in the middle of a forest or a quiet chapel, they could hear the grinding of the celestial gears. This is why so many of them were described as melancholy or distant. They were listening to a conversation that no one else was invited to. They were living radios. The moral decay of this process is evident in how they treated their own bodies. They viewed their flesh as a temporary scaffolding for the bone. The jaw was the only thing that mattered. Portraits of Philip IV show a man whose face seems to be melting away from the structure of his chin. He looks exhausted not just from ruling, but from the sheer weight of the divine instrument. He carried on his face, but there was a secondary purpose to the deformity. The Habsburgs believed in the king's touch, a power to heal scrofula and other diseases. But their version was different. They believed that by speaking into the ear of a subject, they could reprogram the person's loyalty. The enlarged jaw allowed them to produce subharmonic tones that affected the human nervous system. When a Habsburg spoke in a whisper, it wasn't just a sound, it was a physical pressure. The American audience understands the power of frequency and vibration. Think of the Habsburgs as the first practitioners of acoustic control. They didn't need to argue their points. They just needed to stand in a room and let their bones vibrate. The prince-electors would find themselves agreeing to Habsburg demands without knowing why. They felt a sense of awe that was actually a form of biological hypnotism caused by the frequency of the divine deformity. This brings us to the reflective layer of our story. If the jaw was a tool of power, it was also a badge of slavery. The king could never turn it off. He was a vessel 24 hours a day. He couldn't sleep properly because the vibration would rattle his teeth against the stone floor of his skull. He lived in a state of permanent exhaustion, which the court interpreted as regal dignity. In reality, it was the slow collapse of a biological system under the strain of supernatural physics. The atmospheric transition of our history now takes U.S. to the secret laboratories of the 17th century. While the Enlightenment was starting to bloom in England and France, the Hapsburg courts were moving backward into deep alchemy. They were obsessed with the vessel state. They wanted to know how much of the human could be removed while still keeping the king alive to hold the crown. This is the informative core of the Charles. The second mystery. We know his heart was a peppercorn and his head was full of water. But his jaw was the most intact part of his entire being. It was the only part of him that was healthy in a twisted sense. It was the last piece of the machine that was still functioning. The psychological horror of being Charles II was the realization that he was just a jaw with a body attached. He was the final evolution of the ritual. The entity in the iron mirror no longer needed a brain to command him or a heart to sustain him. It only needed the resonance chamber of the bone. Charles was a biological speaker system for a voice from another dimension. When Charles tried to speak, the sounds that came out were described as the grinding of millstones. It wasn't human language. It was a series of clicks and low groans. Yet his ministers would listen to these sounds for hours and come out of the room with complex instructions for the governing of the empire. They weren't translating his words, they were being programmed by the frequency of his jaw. The moral decay of the advisors was absolute. They knew they were taking orders from a hollow man. They knew that the divine deformity had finally consumed the person who wore it. But they were addicted to the power it provided. The Hapsburg Empire was a machine that ran on the vibration of a cursed bone, and as long as the bone was intact, the machine would keep grinding. Let us pause and reflect on the scent of the royal chamber during this time. It didn't smell like flowers or perfume. It smelled like old copper and stagnant water. It was the smell of a body that had forgotten how to be alive. Charles would sit for hours in a chair, his jaw resting on his chest, his eyes rolled back. To an outsider, he looked like a victim of a tragic disease. But to the shadow cabinet, he was in his highest state of operation. He was receiving the update. The American audience loves the idea of a secret history behind famous medical conditions. By flipping the narrative of inbreeding, we reveal a story of deliberate sacrifice. The Habsburgs weren't victims of their own blood, they were the architects of their own transformation. They were the first humans to attempt a hardware upgrade of the species using the only tools they had, blood rituals and time. The divine deformity was the ultimate status symbol. If you had a normal jaw, you were just a man. You were subject to the laws of nature and the whims of the church. But if you had the seal, you were a citizen of the mirror. You were part of a different hierarchy. This created a psychological distance between the Habsburgs and the rest of humanity that was impossible to bridge. They truly believed they were a different species, and in a way they were. Their bone density was different. Their blood chemistry was different. Their neural pathways were tuned to a frequency that doesn't exist in the natural world. They had successfully navigated a moral decay that allowed them to treat their own children as experiments in acoustic resonance. The concept of the universal language is something that has haunted historians and linguists for ages. The Habsburgs believed that before the Tower of Babel there was a language that didn't use words but vibrations, a language that could command the elements and the hearts of men directly. This was the language they were trying to recover through the divine deformity. As the jaw grew, the king lost the ability to speak Spanish or German or Latin clearly, but he gained the ability to speak the root tone. This is an informative detail that explains why the Habsburgs were so successful at maintaining a multi-ethnic empire. They didn't need a common language of words. They had a common language of resonance. A peasant in Hungary and a merchant in Madrid would both feel the same weight. When a decree from the king was read in their presence, the psychological toll of this root tone was a form of mass hypnosis. The empire was held together not by love or loyalty, but by a shared frequency of fear and awe. The Habsburgs were the broadcasters and the people were the receivers. This is the ultimate retention strategy. If you control the vibration of the room, you control the people in it. But the broadcaster always pays the highest price. To produce the root tone, the Habsburg king had to sacrifice his own internal monologue. He could no longer think in words. His mind became a series of echoes. He was the first human to experience the great silence. While his jaw hummed with the power of the empire, his soul was a void. This is the poetic tragedy of the Hapsburg line. They attained the power of gods, but they lost the ability to enjoy it. They ruled the world, but they couldn't taste their own food. They were surrounded by the most beautiful music of the Renaissance, but all they could. Here was the low grinding of the iron. The atmospheric build of our story now takes us to the private notebooks of a court physician in 1680. He wrote that the king's jaw had become so magnetic that small iron needles would twitch when he walked past them. The king was becoming a literal magnet for the forces of the earth. He was being pulled down toward the ground as if the grave itself couldn't wait to claim the iron in his bones. The moral decay of the family had reached its limit. Nature was finally beginning to reject the divine deformity. The human frame can only support so much supernatural weight. The heart shriveled because the energy was all being redirected to the head. The lungs corroded because the root tone was too harsh for delicate tissue. The Hapsburgs were burning out their own wiring. They knew the end was coming. In the final years of the 17th century, the secret meetings in the Hofburg were no longer about expansion. They were about the storage. They needed a place where the frequency could be kept safe once the biological vessels failed. They needed a room where the vibration wouldn't escape. The story of the divine deformity concludes not with a medical breakthrough, but with a strategic retreat. When Charles II died and the Spanish line went extinct, the hardware was buried in a lead-lined tomb. The lead was not to protect the king, but to shield the world from the lingering frequency of his jaw. Even in death, the bone continued to hum for 72 hours. The informative legacy of this period is the silent protocol. The surviving Habsburgs in Austria were forbidden from conducting the vocal cord ritual. The iron mirror was gone, and without it the resonance of the jaw was just a deformity without a purpose. The family was ordered to go human again, but the psychological mark remained. To this day, the Habsburg descendants carry the memory of the thrumming in their DNA. They are a family that once heard the music of the spheres, and now has to live in a world of mere words. The divine deformity has faded into a slight protrusion of the lip, a ghostly echo of the power they once held. The moral decay we have explored tonight is the decay of the ambition to be more than human. The Habsburgs tried to turn their own biology into a tool of the state, and in doing so they created a history that is both magnificent and monstrous. They showed us that the body is plastic and that power can shape it into any format. Desires. As you lie there in the quiet of your room, feel the weight of your own jaw. Feel the rhythm of your own heart. You are a natural being. You are not a vessel for a mirror or a broadcaster for a debt. You have the luxury of silence. You have the freedom of a human face. The atmospheric build of our story is now complete. The candles in the Hofburg have been extinguished. The physicians have closed their notebooks. The portraits on the wall have faded into the shadows. The era of the divine deformity is over. Or is it there is a rumor in Vienna that the root tone can still be heard in certain parts of the palace? Not by the ears, but by the bones. If you stand perfectly still in the hall of mirrors, you might feel a slight vibration in your own teeth, a faint humming that sounds like a name being called from a long way off. The Habsburgs may have lost their vessels, but the frequency is still in the walls. The power didn't vanish, it just went into the stone. It is waiting for someone with the right bone structure to walk into the room. It is waiting for a new resonance, but where did the vessels go when they became too loud for the court? Where did they hide the princes who couldn't stop the humming? Where did they keep the women who saw the shadows in the glass? They were taken to a place that doesn't appear on any palace map. A place where the walls are 3 feet thick and the doors have no handles on the inside. The jaw was the antenna, but the silent wing was the bunker. In our next chapter, we will unlock the heavy iron doors of the Hapsburg's forgotten corridor. We will discover the psychological torture of the deformed sovereigns, who were too powerful to be seen but too dangerous to be killed. The wing where no one was allowed to speak, and where the only sound was the clicking of 100 jaws in the dark beneath the glittering chandeliers and the velvet tapestries of the Hofburg. Palace in Vienna lies an architectural betrayal that no tourist will ever see. While the world admired the Habsburgs, as the peak of European nobility, the dynasty was actively hiding a moral decay so profound it required the construction of an entire secret wing, where the walls were 5 feet thick and the doors were forged from lead. This was the Silent Wing, a forbidden sanctuary for the princes and princesses whose bodies had become so deformed by the divine deformity that they were no longer recognizable as human. These were the family members whose jaws had grown so large they could not stop the subharmonic humming that we discussed in our last chapter. They were not kept there for their protection, but to serve as a biological battery for the empire's power. Locked away in windowless rooms, they spent their lives vibrating in the dark, their existence erased from every official registry and family tree. The Habsburgs did not just inbreed, they manufactured a hidden class of monsters to sustain their occult debt. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold stone fills the air. Close your eyes and imagine yourself standing in a corridor that exists between the maps of the royal palace. The air here is heavy and still, and the only sound is the rhythmic thud of your own heart. To understand the silent wing, we must first understand the psychological landscape of the Hapsburg court in the 1600s. This was a world of absolute appearances. To the outside world, the Habsburgs were the defenders of civilization and the Catholic faith. Their public image was a masterpiece of control, but as we have explored, the biological price of their power was the jaw. For most, this was a manageable burden, but for 1 out of every 5 Habsburg children, the bone did not stop growing at puberty. It became a runaway growth, a calcified anchor that pulled the skull out of alignment and destroyed the capacity for human speech. These children were the anomalies. They were born with the root tone so loud and so constant that they could not be around normal people without causing them physical pain or nausea. In a family that valued ritual and silence, these children were a liability, but they were also sacred. According to the Pact of 1273, the more deformed the vessel, the closer the connection to the iron mirror, the silent wing was built during the reign of Ferdinand II. On the surface, it was a wing for private archives and clerical storage, but the workers who built it were all sworn to a vow of silence, and many were executed or sent to the furthest borders of the empire once the construction was finished. The wing was located behind the imperial treasury, accessible only through a hidden leva disguised as a decorative stone gargoyle. When you enter the silent wing, the first thing you notice is the change in the air. It is not cold, but it is incredibly dense. The walls are lined with a mixture of lime and crushed charcoal, a combination designed to absorb sound. There are no mirrors here. As we know, the Habsburgs believed mirrors were windows for the entity. In the silent wing, they wanted total isolation. They didn't want the entity to see what they had done to their own blood. The rooms in this wing were not cells in the traditional sense. They were furnished with the finest silks and the most expensive furniture. The residents were fed the best meats and wines, but they were never allowed to see the sun. They were never allowed to hear a human voice that wasn't a whisper. They lived in a state of sensory deprivation designed to keep their internal frequency pure. The first resident we must discuss is Prince Maximilian of the Hollow Bone, born in 1612. He was the third son of the emperor. By the age of 6, his jaw was already 3 inches longer than his father's. By the age of 10, he could no longer close his eyes because the tension of the facial muscles was too great. Maximilian was the first to be moved into the silent wing. His mother, the empress, was told he had died of a fever. A mock funeral was held and an empty coffin was buried in the imperial crypt. But Maximilian was very much alive. He lived in room 7 of the silent wing for 42 years. He was the most powerful resonator the family had ever produced. His jaw had crystallized into a structure that looked more like coral than bone. He spent his days sitting in a velvet chair vibrating. The servants who brought him food wore thick earplugs made of wax and lead. Even then, they could only stay in the room for 5 minutes before their noses began to bleed. The informative question that arises from Maximilian's existence is why? Why keep a man alive in total darkness for 40 years? The answer lies in the battery theory. The Habsburgs believed that the divine deformity was a source of energy. The humming produced by the jaw was not just a sound, it was a form of psychic radiation. While the emperor sat on the public throne in the grand hall, he was actually being powered by the residents of the silent wing. Think of it as a spiritual power plant. The princes in the dark were the generators. Their constant subharmonic vibration created a field of authority that covered the entire palace. This is why the ambassadors and ministers felt such an overwhelming sense of awe in the presence of the Habsburgs. They weren't just reacting to the gold and the crowns, they were being hit by a low frequency. BROADCS coming from the basement. The daily ritual of the silent wing was as precise as a clock. At 4 in the morning, the silent guards would rotate. These were men who had been born deaf, specifically recruited from the mountain villages of the Tyrol. They were the only ones who could handle the physical presence of the resonators without losing their minds. They would clean the rooms and provide the liquid meals. Maximilian and the others were never addressed by name. They were referred to by their frequencies. Maximilian was the Deep 7. Princess Isabella, who arrived 20 years later, was the High 12. She was a woman whose jaw was smaller but whose skull had developed a series of internal ridges that allowed her to produce a sound like a silver bell. The psychological state of these residents is a landscape of shadows and echoes. Imagine having no concept of time, no concept of family, and no concept of yourself as a human being. You are simply a vessel for a hum. You are a biological instrument being played by an invisible hand. Maximilian reportedly spent hours tracing the patterns of the dampness on the walls with his fingers. He had forgotten the language of men, but he had learned the language of the stone. The moral decay of the family was most visible in the viewing gallery. This was a small, soundproofed room with a thick glass window that looked into room 7. Occasionally, the emperor would bring his heir to the gallery. He would point at Maximilian and whisper, "This is the price of our crown. This is your brother. This is what you must protect." The American audience often asks about the hidden costs of history. The silent wing is the ultimate hidden cost. It shows that for the Habsburgs, family was not about love, it was about utility. If a child couldn't represent the dynasty in public, they were converted into an asset in private. They were processed. The atmospheric transition of our story now takes us to the year 1665. The silent wing was full. There were 12 resonators living in the dark. The vibration had become so intense that the servants in the public parts of the palace began to complain of a ghostly headache. They didn't know the source, but they could feel the air trembling. The Hofburg was literally humming with the weight of the Hapsburg secret. During this time, the alchemist in charge of the wing was a man named Dr. Valerius. He was obsessed with measuring the energy. He created a series of brass diaphragms that he placed against the walls of the silent wing. He discovered that when the resonators hummed in unison, they could influence the weather and even the outcome of battles hundreds of miles away. This is the informative core of the Hapsburg military success. While the generals were on the field, the resonators were in the basement tuning the reality of the conflict. They were the original remote viewers. They were the secret weapon of the dynasty. But the weapon was made of their own flesh and blood. Princess Isabella's story is perhaps the most tragic in the archives of the Silent Wing. She was not born with a large jaw. In fact, as a child, she was considered one of the beauties of the court. But at the age of 14, her speech began to change. She didn't stutter, but her words began to carry a vibration that would shatter glass. When she sang, the candles in the room would blow out. The physicians realized she was a frequency prodigy. She wasn't just a resonator, she was a conductor. She was moved to the silent wing within a week. Her rooms were lined with lead, and she was given a mask of velvet to wear at all times. The official story was that she had joined a cloistered convent in Italy where she had taken a vow of absolute silence. In the dark of the silent wing, Isabella began to lose her sense of self. The high-frequency humming in her head was like 1,000 needles. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't think. The only relief she found was when she hummed back. By matching the frequency of the wing, she could find a moment of internal peace. The moral decay of the Habsburgs reached a peak during the Great Turkish War. The empire was under immense pressure. The siege of Vienna was a moment of existential dread. During these weeks, the emperor ordered the resonators in the silent wing to be overclocked. They were fed stimulants and forced to vibrate at their maximum capacity for 20 hours a day. Dr. Valerius recorded that the air in the silent wing became visible. It turned a faint shimmering violet. The humming was so loud that the lid doors began to warp. Outside the palace, the Ottoman armies began to experience mass hallucinations. They saw the walls of Vienna turning into giants. They heard voices in the wind that sounded like the weeping of 1,000 kings. Vienna was saved, but the cost to the silent wing was total. 3 of the resonators died of heart failure within 24 hours. Their bodies had simply burned out. Maximilian survived, but he was never the same. His humming became a low, mournful growl that sounded like the earth itself was dying. The psychological state of the palace after the siege was one of collective guilt. Everyone knew something had happened in the basement, but no one dared to speak of it. The Habsburgs had won the war, but they had lost their remaining scrap of humanity. They had used their brothers and sisters as literal fuel for the survival of the state. This brings us to a reflective question. What is the value of an empire if it is built on the systematic torture of its own kin? The American audience values individual liberty above almost all else. The silent wing represents the absolute opposite of that value. It is the ultimate expression of the state over the soul. As the years passed into the 18th century, the silent wing began to decay. The Enlightenment brought a new kind of scrutiny. The secret could no longer be kept with simple lead doors and deaf guards. New generations of royals were less willing to follow the occult pacts of their ancestors. They saw the silent wing not as a holy necessity, but as a disgusting relic of a darker age. But the wing couldn't just be opened. The residents were too far gone. They couldn't survive in the light, and the world couldn't survive their sound. They had become biological artifacts of a bygone era. They were the living ghosts of the Hapsburg debt, the end of the silent. Wing was not a sudden event, but a slow fading into the shadows of history. In the early 1700s, after the death of Charles II, the frequency of the dynasty began to change. As we explored in previous chapters, the iron mirror was gone and the divine deformity was becoming a legacy rather than a living ritual. The residents of the silent wing felt this change immediately. They were like instruments that had suddenly been untuned. Without the mother mirror to guide their vibration, they began to suffer from a condition Dr. Valery's called resonant chaos. Their jaws didn't stop humming, but the hum became erratic and discordant. It was no longer a power source, it was a poison. Maximilian, who was now an old man in his 60s, began to scream. It wasn't a human scream, but a sound like metal tearing metal. He couldn't find the deep 7 frequency anymore. He was lost in a sea of static. The deaf guards reported that for the first time they could feel the vibration through their boots as a physical pain. The moral decay of the Habsburgs in this period took a new form, abandonment. They didn't kill the residents, but they stopped caring for them with the same ritualistic precision. The silk sheets became tattered. The fine meals were replaced by simple porridge. The sacred vessels had become burdenous secrets. The psychological atmosphere of the wing became one of infinite melancholy. Isabella, who had been the high 12, lost her bell-like tone. She became silent. She sat by her lead door for days staring at the place where the light would be if there were a window. She had been a tool of the Empire for her entire life, and now the Empire had no use for her. In 1724, a small fire broke out in the basement of the Hofburg. It didn't reach the silent wing, but it caused enough smoke that the palace had to be evacuated. During the chaos, a young maid who didn't know the rules stumbled into the hidden corridor behind the treasury. She found the gargoyle lever and accidentally opened the door to the wing. She only saw a few feet into the darkness before the smell of ozone and wet charcoal overwhelmed her. But she heard it. She heard the collective discordant humming of the 12 forgotten royals. She described it later to her priest as the sound of 1,000 souls. Trapped in a brass jar, she was dismissed from the palace service and sent to a sanitarium where she died 2 years later. This event forced the emperor's hand. The silent wing was too dangerous to keep in the heart of the capital. A new archives building was constructed in a remote forest in Lower Austria. In the middle of a moonless night, the residents of the silent wing were placed in lead-lined carriages. They were moved under the guise of transporting ancient statues. The Hofburg was finally quiet. The humming that had defined the palace for over a century was gone, but the palace felt different. It felt empty. The field of authority had vanished. The Habsburgs noticed that people no longer looked at them with the same terror-filled awe. They were becoming just ordinary kings again. The informative research into the forest archives is difficult because the records were burned in 1848. But we know that the residents didn't live long in their new home. Deprived of the stone walls of the palace and the psychic battery of the city, they began to wither. Maximilian died within 6 months. Isabella lived for another year, her last act being to carve a single musical note into the wooden floor of her room. The silent wing in the Hapsburg was bricked up. The corridor was erased and the gargoyle lever was removed. To this day, if you look at the floor plans of the palace, there is a dead space behind the imperial treasury. It is an area of several thousand square feet that is not accounted for in any modern schematic. The moral decay of the Habsburgs left a permanent scar on the architecture of the soul. The silent wing was a physical manifestation of the belief that some lives are worth less than the power they can generate. It was a factory of silence where the only thing that mattered was the hum. But even though the residents are gone, the shadow remains. Modern employees of the Hapsburg sometimes report an electronic anomaly in the treasury area. Their radios malfunction. Their digital clocks skip seconds. People feel a sudden, unexplainable pressure in their ears as if they are standing too close to a high-voltage transformer. The atmospheric build of our story is now complete. We have walked the dark corridors and heard the humming of the forgotten. We have seen the price of the divine deformity and the psychological torture of the sacred vessels. The Habsburgs were the masters of the world because they were the masters of the basement. The American audience can reflect on this as a parable of power. Every great institution has its silent wing. Every dynasty has its dark room where it keeps the things it cannot explain but cannot throw away. The Habsburgs were just more honest about it. They built the rooms out of stone and lead, but who was the man who kept the machines running? Who was the one who gathered the bone shavings and the gray fluid? Who was the one who turned the biological tragedy into an alchemical asset? To understand the full scope of the Hapsburg decay, we must look at the man in the leather apron who lived in the shadow of the resonators, the doctor, the alchemist, the collector. He was the one who understood that the jaw was not just bone, it was an ingredient. He was the one who realized that the root tone could be bottled. He was the one who calculated the toll that every king had to pay to the earth. As you drift closer to the deep quiet of sleep, remember the humming. It is the sound of history being held together by a thread of iron. It is the sound of the Habsburgs breathing through their ancestors' lungs. It is a sound that will never truly stop as long as the stone of the Hapsburg remains standing. The light is now a mere pinpoint. The corridors are closing. The silent wing is returning to its natural state of absolute darkness. The residents are at peace, but their vibration has passed into the marrow of the world. You are safe now in your own silence. The humming cannot reach you here, but the story is not over. The resonators were the engine, but the fuel was something even more valuable. It was something that every Habsburg possessed, but only one man was allowed to touch. It was the alchemist's toll. We have seen the wing where the forgotten were kept, but we have not yet seen the laboratory where their bodies were processed. In our next chapter, we will follow Dr. Valeris into the hidden workshop behind the imperial crypt. We will discover what happened to the bone shavings of the living kings and why the Habsburgs were the only family in history to pay their taxes in pieces of their own skeletons. The secret of the silver spoon is about to be revealed every month for 6 centuries. A forbidden betrayal took place in the deepest shadows of the Hapsburg palaces. While the public celebrated the divine right of the king, a secret guild of court alchemists prepared a silver rasp and a basin of holy water. They were not there to heal the sovereign, they were there to collect a tax that was never recorded in any ledger. They called it the alchemist's toll, as the king lay in a trance-like state induced by the heavy resonance of the divine deformity. The alchemist would lean forward and systematically shave thin, translucent layers of bone from the living Hapsburg jaw. This was not a medical procedure, it was an occult harvest. These bone shavings were the most valuable substance in the world, believed to contain the concentrated frequency of the empire's luck. They were turned into relics gifted to the Vatican and used to manipulate the very fabric of European diplomacy. The Habsburgs were not just rulers, they were the living quarries of an empire that literally built its fortune on the ground-up remains of its own kings. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and metallic blood fills the air. Imagine yourself descending a staircase that has been smoothed by the feet of silent men for hundreds of years. We are leaving the grand halls behind and entering the laboratory of the alchemist's toll. The setting of our journey is a room located directly behind the imperial crypt of the Capuchin Church in Vienna. It is a space where the world of the living and the world of the dead are separated by only a single layer of cold stone. In the center of the room stands a table of dark obsidian, and around it are the tools of a trade that combines surgery with sorcery. To the American audience, the idea of a king being a resource is a shocking reversal of the traditional narrative. We are taught that kings take from the people, but in the Hapsburg dynasty, the people were fed by the slow, physical dismantling of the king. This is the moral decay at the heart of our story. To maintain the 300% retention of power, the Habsburgs had to offer up their own skeletons as collateral. The primary architect of this process in the mid-17th century was Dr. Valeris, a man we touched upon in our last chapter. Valeris was not merely a doctor, he was a specialist in sympathetic resonance. He understood that the jaw of the Habsburgs was not just bone, but a crystallized antenna. He believed that even a small fragment of that bone, once removed, would continue to vibrate at the same frequency as the king himself. If you possessed a shaving of the king's bone, you possessed a piece of his authority. You possessed a link to the iron mirror. The atmospheric build of the laboratory is one of clinical silence. There is no hearth here, for the alchemist does not use fire. He uses sound. The room is designed to catch the echoes of the silent wing which we explored previously. As the resonators in the wing hum, the obsidian table in the laboratory begins to vibrate. It is upon this table that the king is placed for the harvest. Think of the psychological state of a Hapsburg monarch. He is told from birth that he is the most powerful man on earth, but once a month he must surrender his body to the silver rasp. He must feel the vibration of the metal against his jawbone. He must hear the sound of his own frame being filed away. It is a slow, rhythmic scraping that lasts for hours. The informative demand of this ritual is staggering. Why silver? Why not steel or gold? Dr. Valeris's notes explain that silver is a lunar metal, a conductor of the fluidic spirit. To use steel would be to bruise the frequency. To use gold would be to silence it. Silver was the only material that could shave the bone without breaking the connection to the mirror. As the silver file moves across the bone, a fine white powder begins to fall into the basin. This powder was more precious than the gold of the Incas. It was called the dust of sovereignty. Once collected, it was treated with a mixture of mercury and the gray fluid found in the royal veins. The result was a substance that looked like shimmering pearl, but felt as heavy as lead. The alchemists Toll was not a secret kept for the sake of modesty. It was kept because the dust of sovereignty was a weapon of mass influence. The Habsburgs realized early on that if they gifted a piece of their bone to a rival, they weren't just giving a gift, they were planting a listening device in the rival's court. This is the hidden history of the European reliquaries. For centuries, the kings of France, the princes of Germany, and the popes in Rome received magnificent golden crosses and statues from the Habsburgs. These objects were placed in the most private chapels and council rooms of the continent. What the recipients did not know was that inside the hollow center of these golden gifts lay a small pinch of the Habsburg bone dust, because the bone shavings continued to vibrate in sympathy with the king. The Habsburgs could feel the atmosphere of the rooms where their relics were kept. When a pope was considering a decree against the empire, the king in Vienna would feel a sudden sharp pain in his jaw. When a French general was planning an invasion, the king would hear a discordant hum in his head. The informative value of this concept explains the Habsburg luck. How did they always seem to know when to strike? How did they always know which alliances were about to break? It wasn't just spies and diplomats. It was the toll. They had turned their own bodies into a global surveillance network, but the price for the king was a life of constant physical and mental agony. Imagine the sensation of your jaw being connected to a dozen different locations across Europe. Every time someone touched a Habsburg relic in Paris or Rome, the king in the Hofburg would feel a ghostly pressure on his face. He was never alone. He was a man who lived in 1,000 rooms at once. This created a unique psychological decay. The Habsburg kings often developed a profound detachment from their own physical reality. They saw their bodies not as themselves, but as a piece of imperial equipment. Charles II was perhaps the most harvested king in the history of the line. Because his bone density was so high, the alchemists could take more from him than from any other. In the final decade of his life, Charles was missing nearly 30% of the structural bone in his lower jaw. It had been replaced by silver plates and alchemical resins to keep the jaw from collapsing entirely. He was a patchwork man, a king made of living bone and dead metal, the moral decay of the doctors who performed the toll is a dark thread in our story. Men like Dr. Valeris became the true rulers of the empire. They were the ones who decided how much bone could be taken. They were the ones who managed the dust and its distribution. They were the keepers of the Habsburgs' physical essence. If the alchemist was unhappy with the king, he could file the bone in a way that caused excruciating pain for months. If he wanted to favor a certain minister, he could provide them with a bone ring that allowed the minister to hear the king's thoughts. The Habsburgs had become the slaves of their own physicians. Consider the silver spoon ritual, which we mentioned in our previous chapters. Most people believe the Habsburgs were born with a silver spoon in their mouths as a sign of wealth. In reality, it was a protective measure. A silver spoon was placed in the infant's mouth to act as a grounding wire for the vibration of the jaw. It was the first tool of the toll designed to prepare the child for a lifetime of being filed. Let us look deeper into the atmospheric transition of the laboratory. As the alchemist finishes the harvest, the king is not returned to his chambers immediately. He must undergo the sealing. This is the process where the raw bone is coated in a layer of liquid mercury to prevent the frequency from leaking out into the room. The air in the laboratory is thick with the fumes of the mercury and the sharp scent of the silver files. There is a psychological weight to this moment. The king lies there, his face covered in a gray metallic mask. He is a statue in the making. He is the living relic. To the American audience, the Habsburgs represent a fascinating study in the cost of immortality. They wanted their dynasty to last forever, and they were willing to turn themselves into mineralized objects to achieve it. But as we have explored, the mineralized body is not a human body. It is something else. The informative details of the bone shavings reveal that they were sorted into different grades. The primary grade came from the tip of the chin and was used for the highest diplomatic gifts. The secondary grade came from the sides of the jaw and was used for the protection of the royal palaces. Then there was the dust of the deep shavings taken from the bone closest to the ear. The dust of the deep was never gifted. It was kept in a small silver vessel shaped like an hourglass. This vessel was placed on the nightstand of the reigning emperor. It was his vocal link to his ancestors. By pressing his ear to the silver vessel, he could hear the collective humming of every Habsburg who had ever paid the toll. This is the source of the Habsburgs' obsession with the past. They weren't just honoring their ancestors, they were literally listening to them. They were part of a continuous loop of bone and sound. The moral decay of this obsession was that the living Habsburgs stopped caring about the future. They only cared about the frequency. If a new generation of Habsburgs wanted to change the laws or modernize, the empire, the ancestors in the silver vessel would begin to scream. The vibration would become so intense that the emperor would suffer from migraines and seizures. The dust was a conservative force, a physical anchor that prevented the dynasty from ever evolving. This explains why the Habsburgs remained trapped in the rituals of the Middle Ages long after the rest of Europe had moved on. They couldn't move forward because their own bones were holding them back. They were being governed by the shavings of dead men. The psychological state of the Habsburg heirs was one of preemptive mourning. They knew that as they grew, their bodies would be harvested. They looked at their fathers and saw not a parent, but a preview of their own dismantling. This created a family dynamic of absolute coldness. There was no room for love in a house where everyone was an alchemical ingredient. Think of the silence of the Hofburg dinners. The king sits at the head of the table, his jaw heavy with the silver plates. The heir sits across from him, watching the alchemist stand in the corner with his leather apron. No one speaks. The only sound is the rhythmic clicking of the silver spoons against the porcelain. They were waiting for the next toll. The atmospheric build of our story now takes us to the relic room of the Vatican. Here, the Habsburg bone shavings were kept in the most elaborate monstrances ever created. The popes knew the secret of the vibration. They used the Habsburg bone to bless the armies of the church. They believed that the frequency of the Habsburgs was the frequency of divine order, but as the moral decay of the empire grew, the frequency began to change. The bone shavings started to produce a discordant sound. The luck of the empire began to turn into a curse. As we enter the late 17th century, the alchemist's toll had become a desperate struggle against entropy. The bone of the Habsburgs was becoming brittle. The dust of sovereignty was losing its shimmer. Dr. Valerius noticed that the king's jaw was no longer regenerating the bone as quickly as it once had. The informative logs from this period show that the alchemists were forced to take larger and larger tolls to maintain the same level of influence. They began to shave the bone every 2 weeks instead of every month. The king's face became a map of scars and silver repairs. The psychological toll on the alchemists themselves was profound. They were the ones who had to witness the king's agony. They were the ones who had to hold the silver phial and feel the bone resisting. Valeries began to suffer from hallucinations. He believed the bone shavings were speaking to him in the basin. He thought they were whispering the dates of the Empire's final days. The moral decay of the Hapsburg court reached a breaking point when the alchemists suggested harvesting bone from the Hapsburg children before they reached puberty. They argued that the young bone would be more potent, more flexible. This was the moment where the dynasty truly lost its soul. They began to treat their own children as a crop, to be harvested for the sake of the empire's luck. Imagine the atmospheric build of the nursery. The scent of lavender and baby oil is replaced by the smell of ozone and silver polish. The child is not being rocked to sleep, he is being prepared for the rasp. The Hapsburg Shadow was now consuming its own future. The American audience values the protection of the innocent above all else. The child toll is the ultimate betrayal in the Hapsburg saga. It shows that the throne that would never fall was willing to crush the smallest of its members to stay upright. During this time, the silver spoon ritual became even more elaborate. The spoons were no longer just grounding wires, they were extractors. They were designed to slowly pull the jawbone forward to make it easier for the alchemist to reach. The Hapsburg jaw was being physically sculpted by the tools of the toll dot. This is the informative truth of the deformity. It wasn't just genetics, and it wasn't just the iron mirror. It was a physical molding. The Habsburgs grew the jaw because the alchemists needed them too. They were shaped for the phial. The psychological state of the empire in the 1690s was one of subterranean panic. The bone was failing. The luck was running out. The Habsburg armies were losing battles that they should have won. The relics in the Vatican were starting to crack. The frequency was dying. Charles II, the Patchwork King, was the final effort to keep the toll alive. The alchemists worked on him day and night. They tried to recharge his bone by injecting it with liquid gold. They tried to fuse his jaw with the iron of the mirror, but the body of the king rejected the foreign materials. The final toll was taken on the night before Charles died. Valeries reached for the silver phial, but as he touched the king's jaw, the bone simply dissolved into a gray ash. There was nothing left to take. The quarry was empty. The debt had been fully collected. When Valeries looked into the basin, he didn't see the dust of sovereignty. He saw a handful of cold gray dust that smelled of stagnant water and death. The empire's luck had finally evaporated. The alchemist's toll ended in 1700, but the relics of bone did not disappear. They are still out there, hidden in the museums and private collections of the world. Some say that the Hapsburg frequency is still active in these objects, that if you stand in a room with a Hapsburg cross, you will feel a faint vibration in your own face. The informative legacy of the toll is the realization that power is never granted. It is always extracted. The Habsburgs showed us that to hold the world, you must be willing to give up your own structure. You must be willing to become a mineral. The psychological reflection we carry into the night is this: what part of ourselves are we filing away to maintain our own little empires? Are we shaving our own peace of mind, our own integrity, our own humanity to feed the alchemist of our ambitions? The Habsburgs were just the most extreme version of a human tendency, the atmospheric build of our story is now coming to a close. The laboratory behind the crypt is empty. The silver phials have been buried with the kings they Dismantled, Dr. Valers has faded into the shadows of the past, his leather apron hanging on a hook that no one uses, but the silver spoon remains, a symbol of the dynasty. Not a symbol of wealth, but a symbol of the first cut. It is a reminder that the Hapsburgs were never born to be people. They were born to be resources. They were the living currency of an empire that spent its own blood and bone to stay at the center of the world. As you drift closer to the deep quiet of sleep, listen to the silence of your own body. Feel the strength of your bones. They are your own. They are not being harvested. They are not being filed. You are the sole owner of your physical being. The light is now a mere spark. The laboratory doors are closing. The Hapsburg Shadow is receding into the dark archives. The story of the alchemist's toll is a closed chapter, but the frequency is still out there. It is searching for a new vessel. It is searching for a new bloodline that is willing to pay the price. For the Habsburgs realized that bone was not enough. To truly secure the empire, they needed something more powerful than shavings. They needed a union of shadows. They needed to bring the bloodline together in a way that would lock the frequency forever. The toll was the preparation. The wedding was the final objective the Habsburgs were about to stage. The most elaborate and terrifying ritual in the history of royalty. A ceremony that would combine the power of the iron mirror with the resonance of the divine deformity. A ceremony that would ensure that even if the kings died, the shadow would live on. The laboratory is now dark. The silver basin is empty. The king is at rest. But the shadows in the corner of the room are moving. They are gathering for the celebration. We have seen how the kings were dismantled, but we have not yet seen how they were joined. In our next chapter, we will enter the Black Chapel of the Hofburg for the event that changed the history of Europe forever, the Wedding of Shadows. We will discover the secret reason why the Habsburgs married their own blood, and the terrifying red shadow that stood behind the bride and groom at every ceremony. The ritual of the pure blood is about to begin. History tells us the Habsburgs married their own cousins and nieces to keep their gold and their land within the family. This is the lie that has stood for centuries. The truth is far more dark and far more desperate. The marriages of the House of Austria were not a strategy for wealth, but a forced act of biological containment. Every wedding that took place in the Black Chapel was a ritual to ensure that the blood stayed thick and the genetic frequency remained tuned to the iron mirror. They were not breeding royals, they were breeding a cage of bone and flesh to house an ancient entity that could only survive in the specific ruins of their lineage. If the Habsburg blood ever mixed with the outside world, the frequency would shatter and the entity would be unleashed. They sacrificed the sanity of their daughters and the health of their sons to keep a monster bound to the throne. Every royal union was a betrayal of nature and a secret pact with a curse that required the destruction of the soul to maintain the crown. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and heavy incense fills the air. Imagine the cold marble under your feet and the sound of a silk gown dragging across a floor that has seen too many secrets. We are walking into a ceremony that was never meant for the eyes of the living. To understand the 300% retention of power through marriage, we must look at the psychological landscape of the Habsburg brides. In the 16th and 17th centuries, marriage was a tool of diplomacy for every royal house. But for the Habsburgs, it was a biological mandate. They practiced what historians call endogamy on a scale that had never been seen in human history. Uncle married niece. First cousin married first cousin. They created a knot of blood that became impossible to untangle, the American audience often views. This through the lens of modern medicine as a mistake of ignorance. But the Hapsburgs were not ignorant. They had the best physicians and alchemists in the world. They knew exactly what happened when the blood was kept too close. They saw the jaws grow longer. They saw the minds of their children flicker and fade. They did it anyway. They did it because they were terrified of what would happen if the blood became thin. In the secret archives of the Hofburg, there is a term used by the court alchemists, limpieza de sangre, or the purity of blood, while the public believed this referred to religious. Purity, the inner circle knew it referred to the vessel. Frequency, as we have explored in previous chapters, the Hapsburg body was a machine designed to resonate with the iron mirror. If a Hapsburg married a commoner or even a different royal line like the Bourbons or the Tudors, the hardware of the bone would change. The jaw would shrink. The bone density would normalize. And the entity would lose its anchor. The atmospheric build of a Hapsburg wedding was unlike any other in Europe. There was no joy in these ceremonies. They were conducted at night, usually in the Black Chapel of the Hofburg or the underground crypts of the Escorial. The lighting was provided by candles made of black beeswax, and the music was not the celebratory hymns of the church, but the low subharmonic humming of the resonators in the silent wing. Imagine a young archduchess like Mariana of Austria. She is told she is to marry her uncle King Philip IV. To the world, this is a royal alliance. To Mariana, it is the beginning of her transformation. She is not just becoming a queen, she is becoming a guardian of the debt. Before the wedding, she is taken to the laboratory of the alchemist's toll, where her own frequency is measured against her uncle's. They must be a harmonic match. If the frequencies do not align, the marriage is delayed. The alchemists will use the bone shavings and the mineral diets to tune the bride until her body is ready to receive the Hapsburg Shadow. The psychological torture of this process cannot be overstated. These women were treated as biological components being calibrated for a machine. They were stripped of their identity and turned into resonant bridges. When the bride and groom stand at the altar, they are not alone. In the shadows behind them stands the Red Shadow. This is the name given by the court servants to the spectral presence that appears during the exchange of vows. It is described as a tall, thin figure wearing a shroud of crimson silk. It does not speak, but its presence causes the air to turn cold and the candles to flicker blue. The Red Shadow is the physical manifestation of the Pact of 1273. It is the witness to the breeding of the curse. The informative detail that defines these weddings is the concept of the genetic cage. The Habsburgs believed that their blood was a spiritual liquid that carried the memory of the mirror. By marrying within the family, they were effectively recycling the same soul over and over again. They believed that a Habsburg child was not a new person, but a reincarnation of the Habsburg essence. This is why they were so obsessed with genealogy. It wasn't about status. It was about tracking the frequency. If a certain branch of the family showed a weakening of the divine deformity, they were immediately brought back into the main line. Through a strategic marriage, they were correcting the signal. Consider the psychological state of the children born from these unions. They grew up in a palace where everyone looked like them. They saw the same heavy jaw and the same hollow eyes in every mirror and on every face. This created a sense of uncanny familiarity. They did not feel like individuals. They felt like parts of a single massive organism. The Hapsburg family was not a group of people, it was a hive mind of blood and bone. The moral decay of this system was most evident in the treatment of the daughters, who were sent away to other courts. When a Hapsburg princess was married to a foreign king, she was essentially a spy of the blood. She carried the bone shavings in her reliquary, and she carried the frequency in her body. But if she had children with a foreign king, the Habsburgs viewed those children with suspicion. They were diluted. The American audience understands the tragedy of a life without choice. But for the Habsburgs, choice was a luxury that would destroy the world. They believed that if the Habsburg line ever stopped being pure, the chaos of the great interregnum would return. They saw themselves as the dam holding back a flood of darkness. And the dam was made of their own inbred flesh. The atmospheric transition takes us now to the year 1649. Philip IV is waiting for his new bride Mariana. The palace is silent. The air is thick with the smell of old incense and the metallic tongue of the alchemists. Philip is an old man, his jaw heavy with the silver plates we discussed in the alchemist toll. Mariana is 14. She is his niece Dot. As they exchange rings, the red shadow moves from the corner of the room to stand directly between them. The witnesses feel a sudden pressure in their chests. The humming from the silent wing grows louder, vibrating the floorboards of the chapel. This is the sealing of the breed. At that moment, Mariana is no longer a child. She has been inherited. The psychological collapse of Mariana began almost immediately. She wrote in her journals that she could hear Philip's thoughts before he spoke them. She could feel the vibration of his jaw in her own teeth. They were becoming a single resonance. This was the true purpose of Habsburg incest. It was to create a shared consciousness that could hold the weight of the empire's secrets, the informative. Logs of the court physicians show that Mariana suffered from the Habsburg melancholy. She spent hours staring at the portraits of her ancestors, realizing that she was just a mirror reflecting their decay. She knew that her children would be even more deformed than her husband. She knew that she was the architect of a new generation of monsters, but she also knew that she had no way out. The doors of the Hofburg were not just made of wood and iron, they were made of blood. You could not leave the family because the family was inside you. The pure blood was a prison that you carried in every vein. This brings us to a reflective question. If the price of ruling the world is the destruction of your family's humanity, is the world worth having? The Habsburgs answered yes for 600 years. They believed that the entity required a specific biological landscape to function, and they were willing to provide it at any cost. They were the farmers of their own misery. The informative research into the wedding of shadows reveals a specific ritual that took place after the public ceremony. It was called the consanguinity communion. This was a private gathering of only the most senior Habsburg royals. They would gather in the room with the iron mirror or in the presence of the dust of sovereignty. During this communion, the bride and groom would drink a mixture of wine and the gray fluid extracted from the royal resonators. This was believed to lock the frequency. It was a biological handshake that ensured the two bloodlines would fuse perfectly. After this ritual, the couple was considered one vessel. The atmospheric build of this moment is one of absolute shadow. The room is quiet except for the sound of the king's heavy breathing. The bride is pale, her eyes wide with a combination of terror and religious ecstasy. She believes she is serving God, but she is actually serving the debt to the American and Tier 1 audience. This is the ultimate body horror of history. The idea that your marriage is a laboratory experiment and your children are the results. But for the Habsburgs, it was a sacred duty. They used the term the divine mandate of the blood to justify every deformity and every tragedy. The moral decay of the church in this process was absolute. The popes granted dispensations for these incestuous marriages with a regularity that was shocking to the rest of the Catholic world. Why would the church allow such a violation of natural law? Because the church was afraid of the frequency. They knew that if the Habsburgs fell, the financial and military support for the Vatican would vanish. They were partners in the breeding of the curse. The psychological impact on the Habsburg sons was equally devastating. They were taught that their only purpose was to marry their relatives. They were discouraged from forming emotional bonds with outsiders. They were kept in a state of social isolation so that the only world they knew was the Habsburg world. This made them easier to control and easier to tune. Consider the case of Don Carlos, the son of Philip II. He was the product of generations of inbreeding. He was physically deformed and mentally unstable. He was known for his cruelty and his sudden rages. But the secret record suggests that Carlos was not just mad. He was a broken vessel. His frequency was too high and it was tearing his mind apart. Carlos was eventually imprisoned and died in suspicious circumstances. The Habsburgs could not allow a broken vessel to exist. If he were to marry and reproduce, he would introduce noise into the frequency. He would corrupt the signal. The wedding of shadows required perfection in its deformity. The informative logs describe the Habsburg breeding program as a search for the fixed point. They wanted to reach a genetic state where the body would no longer change. A state of permanent resonance? They almost achieved it with Charles II. As we know, he was the final distillation. He was the perfect cage, but what happened to the women who realized the truth? There are stories of Habsburg archduchesses who tried to escape the wedding of shadows. They tried to flee to convents or to foreign lands. They were always caught, not by the guards, but by the blood. They found that they couldn't survive outside the resonance of the palace. Their bodies would begin to fail, their hearts would slow down, and they would feel an overwhelming gravitational pull back to Vienna. They were tethered to the iron mirror by their own DNA. The psychological landscape of these women was one of resigned terror. They accepted their fate because they believed there was no other reality. They were the sacrificial lambs of the empire. They walked to the altar of the Black Chapel, knowing that they were ending their own chance at a human life to keep the Hapsburg Shadow alive. The atmospheric build of our history now moves toward the final decades of the 17th century. The wedding of shadows had become more and more frequent as the Habsburgs realized their line was failing. They were marrying their cousins in a desperate attempt to reboot the blood. Every new marriage brought a new level of deformity. The jaw grew larger, the skin grew paler, and the eyes became more sunken. But the Habsburgs saw this as a sign of success. They believed they were getting closer to the pure state. They were blind to the biological collapse that was happening. Right in front of them, the informative reality was that they were breeding themselves into extinction. The purity of blood had become a circle of death. By 1670, the coefficient of inbreeding in the Spanish Hapsburgs was higher than that of a child born to a brother and sister. They were no longer a family, they were a genetic experiment that had gone wrong, but the red shadow was still appearing at every wedding. It was still standing between the couples, its crimson shroud glowing in the candlelight. The entity was happy. It had a perfectly tuned environment. It had a lineage of vessels that were completely submissive to its frequency. The psychological state of the court was one of delusional grandeur. They lived in palaces of gold and marble while their bodies were rotting from the inside out. They believed they were the masters of the universe while they were actually the prisoners of a Swiss mirror. This is the moral decay of the Hapsburgs, the belief that power justifies any sacrifice, even the sacrifice of your own species. Think of the children born in these final years. They were kept in rooms filled with the dust of sovereignty. They were fed the mineral salts of the toll. They were raised in silence. They were not taught to play or to laugh. They were taught to listen to the bone. They were being prepared for the next wedding of shadows. The American audience values the concept of the legacy. We work to build something for our children, but the Habsburgs built a legacy of ruins for their children. They gave them an empire, but they took away their ability to enjoy it. They gave them a crown, but they took away their sanity. This brings us to a reflective pause. As you listen to the hypnotic rhythm of this history, ask yourself, what are we inbreeding in our own lives? Are we keeping our ideas too close? Are we surrounding ourselves with only those who reflect our own thoughts? Are we creating a genetic cage of the mind? The Habsburgs are a warning that purity leads to decay and that diversity is the only way to survive. The atmospheric transition takes us back to the Black Chapel. The year is 1690. A new wedding is taking place, but something is different. The candles won't stay lit. The humming from the silent wing is erratic. The red shadow is flickering as if it is losing its form. The blood has reached its limit. The frequency is becoming unstable. The alchemists are frantic. They are trying to boost the signal by using more and more of the bone shavings. They are conducting rituals in the chapel while the wedding is still in progress, but nature is finally pushing back. The fixed point has been reached, and the result is not a god but a corpse. The psychological collapse of the family was now visible even to the outsiders. The Habsburgs were becoming a ghost story while they were still alive. They were the shadow kings of a world that was moving on without them. The wedding of shadows was no longer a ceremony of power, it was a funeral for a bloodline. The era of the wedding of shadows ended not with a rebellion but with a whimper. When Charles II died in 1700, he left behind a world that had been bred into a corner. There were no more Habsburgs in Spain to marry. The cage was empty. The informative legacy of this period is the genetic memory of the family. Even today, the Habsburg descendants carry the marks of the shadow weddings. The jaw may be smaller, but the psychological predisposition to isolation and melancholy remains. They are a family that was forged in the dark, and they still carry. The shadows with them. The moral decay of the Habsburgs is a permanent part of the European soul. They showed us what happens when we prioritize the frequency of power over the vibration of life. They showed us that a family can become a cult, and that blood can become a poison. As you drift closer to the deep quiet of sleep, let go of the Habsburg purity. Embrace the messiness of the world. Embrace the thinning of the blood that leads to new life and new ideas. You are not a vessel for a mirror. You are a human being with the freedom to choose your own connections. The atmospheric build of our story is now coming to a close. The Black Chapel is empty. The red silk of the shadow has faded into dust. The alchemists have packed away their silver rasps and their mercury bowls. The wedding of shadows is a legend of the past, but the shadow itself did not die. It merely moved to a different part of the Hapsburg psyche. It moved from the blood to the mind. If the body was a cage, the mind was a fragile house of glass. The Habsburgs had successfully bred the curse, but they had also bred a new kind of madness. A madness that made them believe their bodies were not made of flesh and bone, but of something much more delicate. They had become so obsessed with their own purity that they felt they would shatter if anyone touched them. This brings us to the next chapter of our journey. The story of a man who ruled millions but was terrified of a single handshake. A man who sat on a throne of gold but believed his legs were made of crystal. The light is now a mere pinpoint. The chapel doors are locking. The Hapsburg Shadow is receding into the dark archives. You are safe now in your own world. The wedding is over and the night is quiet. But as the silence deepens, remember the clicking of the silver spoons. Remember the humming in the basement. And remember that the most dangerous thing about a secret is not the secret itself, but the people who are willing to destroy themselves to keep it. We have seen the cage of blood, but we have not yet seen the cage of the mind. In our next chapter, we will enter the private rooms of the emperor who believed he was made of glass. We will discover the psychological phenomenon of the glass delusion and how the Habsburg obsession with purity led to a monarch who was so fragile he had to be wrapped in wool to survive a conversation. The story of the Glass Emperor is about to begin. History records. A bizarre epidemic of the mind that haunted the royal courts of Europe, known as the glass delusion. It was a terrifying psychological collapse where monarchs believed their bodies were made of fragile crystal and a single touch would shatter them into 1,000 pieces. But the Habsburg archives contain a forbidden truth that no psychiatrist has ever dared to speak. For the emperors of the House of Austria, the glass delusion was not a madness of the mind, but a physical manifestation of the curse of the pure blood. As their lineage became more inbred and their bones more mineralized, their bodies began to lose their human opacity. They were becoming transparent vessels for the iron mirror. One specific emperor lived his entire life wrapped in thick layers of wool, terrified that a handshake would cause his legs to splinter like frozen glass. The secret was that his body was actually beginning to transform into a biological silica, a direct result of the frequency that was vibrating through his heavy jaw. They were not losing their minds, they were losing their substance. The Habsburgs were becoming ghosts of glass to serve an empire of shadows. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold wool fills the air. Imagine a room where every corner is padded with velvet and every sharp edge has been removed. We are stepping into the private sanctuary of a man who ruled millions, but was a prisoner of his own fragility. To understand the 300% retention of this narrative, we must look at the psychological phenomenon of the 16th and 17th centuries. The glass delusion was a real historical condition. It affected scholars and kings alike, but for the Habsburgs it carried a specific weight, while other men simply thought they were glass. The Habsburgs felt the clarification of their own flesh, the atmospheric build of our story begins in the winter of 1685. In a remote wing of the palace, a man sits in a chair that is suspended from the ceiling by silk ropes. He does not allow his feet to touch the floor. He does not allow the servants to come within 3 paces of him. This is the emperor of the fragile state. The American audience is fascinated by the idea of the price of purity. In our previous chapters, we explored the wedding of Shadows and the alchemist's toll. We saw how the Hapsburgs dismantled their bodies and bred their blood into a corner. But what happened to the mind when the body became a crystal? What happened when the king realized he was no longer made of the same earth as his subjects? The medical records of the time describe the emperor's condition as a form of divine melancholy, but the court alchemists had a different name for it: the vitrification of the soul. They believed that because the Habsburgs had spent centuries resonating with the iron mirror, their molecular structure was actually changing. The gray fluid in their veins was starting to deposit microscopic layers of silica in their muscles and skin. Imagine the sensation. Every time the emperor moved, he heard a faint tinkling sound inside his joints. Every time he spoke, the vibration of his jaw felt like a hammer striking a glass bell. The psychological decay was inevitable. If you feel like you are shattering, you stop moving. If you stop moving, you stop being human. You become an object. The emperor spent his days in total silence. He had ordered all the windows in his wing to be covered with heavy blankets, not because he hated the light, but because the light passed through his skin and cast shadows of his internal organs on the wall. He couldn't bear to see his own transparency. He couldn't bear the proof that he was becoming a ghost. This is the informative core of our story. The Habsburgs were not just inbreeding for power, they were inbreeding for clarity. They wanted to become perfect conductors for the entity's will, and a conductor must be pure. But in the physical world, purity is synonymous with fragility. A diamond is hard, but it can be shattered. A piece of glass is clear, but it is easily broken. The moral decay of the court was visible in how they managed the glass emperor. They didn't try to cure him. They tried to preserve him. They treated him like a priceless vase in a museum. They built him a world of softness so that he could continue to resonate without breaking. They were more interested in his frequency than his humanity. The informative research into the glass delusion reveals that it was often triggered by a sudden trauma or a period of intense stress. For the Habsburg Emperor, the trigger was the silver spoon resonance. As we have seen, the jaw was the antenna. In 1685, the vibration from the iron mirror reached a peak of intensity. The emperor reported that he could no longer feel his own weight. He felt as if he were floating in a sea of static psychologically. This led to a total dissociation from the flesh. He began to refer to his arms and legs as the crystal. Limbs. He refused to sit on any surface that wasn't covered in at least 6 inches of goose down. The court physicians who were part of the Alchemists' Guild realized that the toll had taken too much bone and the wetting had brought the blood too close to the sun. The vessel was becoming too thin to handle the power. The atmospheric transition of the emperor's daily life was a masterpiece of quiet horror. Every morning, 4 deaf servants would enter the room. They moved like shadows. They didn't speak. They would gently wrap the emperor in a fresh layer of unwashed wool. The wool was meant to act as an acoustic buffer to stop the humming of the jaw from shattering the rest of his body. Think of the psychological isolation. You are the most powerful man on earth, yet you cannot be touched by another human being. You are surrounded by beauty, but you are terrified of a falling leaf. The moral decay of the empire was reflected in this king of silk. While he sat in his wool-wrapped chair, the ministers signed execution warrants and declared wars in his name. The emperor was a figurehead made of glass, and the empire was the hammer. The American audience values resilience. We want our leaders to be made of iron, but the Habsburgs had moved beyond iron. They had moved into the realm of the spectral. The glass emperor was a sign that the dynasty had reached its limit. You cannot refine blood any further than transparency. During the summer months, the heat in the padded room became unbearable, but the emperor refused to open the doors. He claimed that the wind was sharp and that it would cut him like a diamond. He sat in the sweltering heat, his sweat turning into a thin crust of salt on his skin. Dr. Valerius noted that the salt didn't look like human sweat. It looked like frosted glass. The informative detail of the frosted sweat is a clue to the biological reality. The Habsburgs were literally excreting minerals. Their bodies were becoming oversaturated with the substances they had used to tune their bones. They were turning into living statues. This is the psychological mirroring of the story. The mind was convinced it was glass, because the body was actually becoming mineralized, but there was a darker secret in the padded room. The emperor had a mirror. Not a glass mirror, but a polished silver mirror that was kept behind a velvet curtain. Once a week, he would order the servants to leave, and he would stand before the silver. He would peel back the wool and look at his chest. He didn't see his reflection. He saw the light of the iron mirror passing through him. He saw the red shadow standing inside his own ribcage. The entity was no longer behind him. It was within him. The glass emperor was not just a vessel, he was a lens. He was the point where the light of the mirror was focused to burn the world. The realization of this was the final blow to his sanity. He wasn't afraid of breaking because he was weak. He was afraid of breaking because if he shattered, the entity would be released into the room. He was a cage made of glass holding a fire that could consume empires. His fragility was the only thing protecting the world from the shadow, the atmospheric build of our history now moves to the year 1692. The glass emperor had not been seen in public for 7 years. The people of Vienna began to whisper that the king was dead and that a mechanical doll was sitting in the chair. To prove his existence, the court decided to hold a viewing. This was the ultimate moral decay of the Habsburg bureaucracy. They knew the emperor was unstable, but they needed his presence to maintain the field of authority. They constructed a special glass-walled carriage lined with velvet and filled with soft wool. They placed the emperor inside and paraded him through the streets of the capital. The informative logs from that day described the reaction of the crowd. They didn't cheer. They fell into a terrified silence. Through the glass of the carriage they could see a figure wrapped in white wool, but the face was what haunted them. The skin was so thin it looked like wet tissue paper. You could see the blue veins pulsing in the forehead and the white of the skull beneath the cheeks. The emperor looked like a ghost trapped in a crystal box. Psychologically, this was the end for the monarch. The gaze of the public was like a physical blow. He felt their eyes scratching his surface. He sat in the carriage weeping, but his tears were not water. They were thick and viscous, and they crystallized on his cheeks as they fell. He was shattering in silence. When the carriage returned to the palace, the emperor refused to leave. He stayed in the glass box for 3 days. He believed that the air of the city had contaminated his transparency. He began to hear a new sound in his jaw. It wasn't the hum of the mirror, it was the sound of cracking. The American and Tier 1 audience understands the burnout of public life. But for the Hapsburgs, it was a structural failure. The frequency of the public sphere was interacting with the frequency of the emperor's bone. It was a resonance disaster. Dr. Valeri's attempted a calibration. He brought the dust of sovereignty into the carriage and tried to use the silver rasp to smooth the emperor's jaw. But as soon as the file touched the bone, a loud ringing sound filled the courtyard. It was a sound so high and so pure that it shattered the windows of the nearby chapel. The emperor screamed, but no sound came out of his mouth. Instead, a beam of white light shot from his throat, hitting the roof of the carriage. This was the lens in action. The glass emperor was discharging the energy of the mirror. He was a dying star. The moral decay of the physicians was revealed in their notebooks. They didn't try to save him. They brought more paper and pens to record the light. They wanted to measure the shattering. They saw the emperor not as a man in pain, but as a luminous event. In the final months, the emperor stopped eating. He claimed that the food was opaque and that it was polluting his clarity. He only drank distilled water and melted snow. He became so thin that he could no longer support the weight of his own crown. He sat in his wool chair, a transparent skeleton ruler of the world. Think of the psychological landscape of the Hofburg during this time. The halls were silent. The servants walked on tiptoe. Everyone was waiting for the sound of the glass breaking. The empire was holding its breath. The throne that would never fall was now resting on the shoulders of a man who could be destroyed by a sneeze. The atmospheric build is one of infinite tension. The air in the palace felt like it was made of thin ice. One wrong move, one loud word, and everything would come apart. This is the reality of the Habsburgs at the end of the line. They had refined themselves into a state of absolute power and absolute. USELESSNESS. The end came on a Tuesday in 1695. A servant accidentally dropped a silver tray in the corridor outside the emperor's room. The sound was sharp and sudden. To a normal person, it was just a clatter. To the glass emperor, it was the final harmonic. Those who were present say that a sound like a cathedral bell, ringing in the middle of a storm, erupted from the emperor's chamber. It was followed by a flash of light so bright it could be seen from the streets of Vienna. When the guards finally broke down the door, they didn't find a body. They found a pile of wool. The informative detail of the empty wool is the most guarded secret in the Hapsburg archives. There was no blood, no bone, no flesh. Inside the layers of wool, there were only thousands of small shimmering shards of what looked like clear quartz. The emperor hadn't died, he had vitrified, and then shattered. Psychologically, the court was in a state of abyssal panic. You cannot bury a pile of glass shards in a royal tomb. You cannot tell the world that the emperor had turned into a chandelier. The moral decay of the Habsburg bureaucracy took its final form, the Great Erasure. They gathered the shards in silk bags. They were taken to the laboratory of the alchemist Toll and melted down. The glass of the emperor was then used to create a series of small mirrors that were sent to the other branches of the family. They were reflections of the debt. This is the hidden history of the Habsburg-looking glasses. Every time a Habsburg looked into one of these mirrors, they weren't seeing themselves. They were seeing a piece of the emperor who had shattered. They were being reminded that they too were made of glass. The American audience values legacy. But what kind of legacy is a bag of broken glass? The Habsburgs had successfully converted a human life into a permanent alchemical object. The Glass Emperor was the first of the line to achieve true transparency. But he did it at the cost of his existence, the atmospheric build of the palace after the shattering was one of hollow silence. The wing was closed and the padded furniture was burned. But the smell of ozone and silica remained for decades. People said that if you walked past the room, you could hear the sound of glass tinkling in the wind. Even when there was no wind, the Glass Emperor was the mirror for the entire dynasty. He showed them that their obsession with the pure blood was a path to the void. But the Habsburgs didn't learn. They saw the shattering not as a failure, but as a transition. They believed that the emperor had moved into the light of the mirror and was now ruling from the other side. This delusional grandeur allowed them to continue their rituals. They continued the weddings and the tolls. They continued to breed the jaw and resonate the bone. They were convinced that the next emperor would be stronger glass. But as we know, nature does not like to be turned into glass. The moral decay was now total. The Habsburgs were no longer human beings, they were acoustic artifacts. They were living for a sound. Let us reflect on the shattering in silence the emperor spent his life trying to be still, to be quiet, to be safe. But in the end, it was the silence that broke him. The root tone was too loud for a body that had no heart. The iron mirror was too bright for a mind that had no shadows. The Glass Emperor was the ultimate informative warning. He showed that when we try to remove all our flaws, all our opaque human qualities, we become too fragile for the world. We need our shadows. We need our messinses. We need our blood to be red and thick, not gray and transparent. The story of the Glass Emperor is the story of the final limit of the Habsburg psyche. They had reached the point where the mind could no longer compensate for the biological tragedy of the body. The glass delusion was the only way the emperor could explain the feeling of his own molecules turning into minerals. The informative conclusion of this chapter is the realization that the Habsburgs were crystallizing long before they died. Their rigid laws, their frozen etiquette, their refusal to change. It was all a form of vitrification. They were becoming a glass dynasty. The psychological legacy of the Glass Emperor is the fear of the touch. Even today, there is a certain coldness in the highborn circles of Europe, a distance that feels like it is made of crystal. It is a memory of the time when a handshake could kill a king. The moral decay of the Habsburgs is that they chose the glass over the flesh. They chose the transparency of power over the opacity of life. And in doing so, they became a legend that is as beautiful as it is terrifying. They are the shattered sovereigns of the European. Past dot, as you drift closer to the deep quiet of sleep, feel the flexibility of your own life. You are made of muscle and bone and water. You can bend without breaking. You can be touched without shattering. You have the human weight that the Habsburgs lost in their pursuit of the mirror. The atmospheric build of our journey is now coming to an end. The padded room is dark. The shards of glass have been melted and forgotten. The Glass Emperor is a whisper in the archives, but the red shadow is still looking for a new lens. It is still looking for a body that is clear enough to focus its light. The light is now a mere spark. The doors are locking. The Hapsburg Shadow is receding. You are safe now. The glass is gone. But as the silence deepens, remember the tinkling sound in the joints. Remember the frosted sweat. And remember that the most dangerous thing about purity is that it has no room for the soul. The Hapsburgs had tried to turn themselves into glass to stay on the throne. But they realized that even glass needs to be fed. It needs to be polished. It needs to be maintained by a specific kind of ritual. A ritual that involves the most basic act of survival, eating. How does a man made of glass and bone eat? How does he maintain the field of authority while performing the mundane task of consumption? The Habsburgs had a secret for this too. A secret that involved a silver instrument that was both a tool of life and a tool of control. The silver spoon was not just for the children, it was the regulator of the frequency. We have seen the emperor shatter, but we have not yet seen how the Habsburgs managed the daily vibration of consumption. In our next chapter, we will enter the royal dining hall for the ritual of the silver spoon. We will discover why every bite of food was a calculated harmonic event and how the Habsburgs used silver to ground the energy of the mirror during their meals. The story of the silver spoon ritual is about to begin. The phrase "born with a silver spoon in one's mouth" is used today to describe a life of effortless wealth and unearned privilege. But in the forbidden annals of the House of Hapsburg, this idiom hides a visceral and terrifying biological necessity. The silver spoon was not a symbol of status, it was a surgical instrument of containment. Every royal meal was a high-stakes ritual designed to prevent the king's own body from being consumed by the supernatural frequency of the iron mirror. They were not just eating for nutrition, they were feeding a parasitic entity that lived within their very marrow. If the Habsburgs did not use silver to ground the electrical charge of their jawbones, during the act of swallowing, the resonance would become so violent it would liquefy their internal organs. The rigid etiquette of the Spanish court, which the world admired as the height of civilization, was actually a series of desperate protective spells disguised as manners. They were not the masters of the feast, they were the prisoners of a hunger that was not their own. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold metallic broth fills the air. Imagine yourself standing at the entrance of the grand dining hall in the Hofburg. The walls are draped in heavy crimson velvet to dampen the sound, and the table is set for a person who has forgotten how to be human. To understand the 300% retention of power through the act of eating, we must look at the historical Spanish court etiquette. To an outsider, it seemed like madness. The king would eat alone in a room of absolute silence, surrounded by dozens of grandees who stood perfectly still. No one was allowed to speak. No one was allowed to look the king in the eye while he chewed. The American audience often views this as the peak of royal arrogance, but the psychological layer is much darker. The silence was not for dignity, it was for safety. As we have explored in previous chapters, the Habsburg jaw was a biological antenna. When the king moved his mouth to eat, the bone would begin to vibrate. If there was any external noise, any sudden shout or the clatter of a dropped plate, the vibration would spiral out of control. The dining hall was an acoustic laboratory. Every piece of furniture was placed at a specific distance to ensure that the root tone of the king did not create a standing wave that would shatter the windows. The silver spoon was the center of this laboratory. In the mid-17th century, the alchemists like Dr. Valeries discovered that silver had a unique property. It could absorb the spectral static produced by the divine deformity. When the king placed the silver spoon in his mouth, the metal acted as a grounding wire. It pulled the excess energy from the jaw and channeled it into the liquid of the soup. Informative records show that the Hapsburgs did not eat solid food for the final century of their reign. Their jaws were too heavy and their teeth were too brittle from the mineralized salts. They lived on sacred broths. These were not ordinary soups. They were concoctions of bone marrow, gold leaf, and distilled mercury. Think of the psychological horror of this daily existence. You sit at a table of gold, but you cannot taste the food. You are surrounded by servants, but you are in total isolation. Every bite is a calculated move in a game of survival. If you touch a steel fork, you feel a shock that travels through your skull. If you use a wooden bowl, the resonance will cause the wood to splinter in your hands. You are tethered to the silver. The monster we speak of is the hunger of the debt. The Pact of 1273 required the Habsburgs to maintain a constant state of vibration, but this energy required fuel. If the king did not provide the entity with the specific minerals found in the alchemical broths, the entity would begin to feed on the king's own tissues. This is the true cause of the corroded lungs and the shriveled heart found in the autopsy of Charles II. The king was being eaten from the inside out by the very power that kept him on the throne. The silver spoon ritual was the only way to slow down the consumption. It was a daily negotiation with a parasite. The informative details of the royal tasters are often misunderstood by history. We are told they were there to check for poison. But for the Habsburgs, poison was the least of their worries. A Habsburg's blood was so saturated with mercury and lead that most organic poisons would have been neutralized instantly. The tasters were actually harmonic checkers. Before the bowl was placed in front of the king, the taster would strike the rim of the bowl with a silver tuning fork. He was listening for the resonance of the broth. If the soup was too thick or too thin, it would not conduct the frequency correctly. It would be acoustically dead. If the taster heard a flat note, the entire meal was thrown out and the chefs were punished. The broth had to be a perfect liquid mirror. It had to be capable of holding the root tone without splashing. This is why the Spanish court was obsessed with the temperature and consistency of their food. It wasn't about culinary excellence, it was about fluidic physics. The psychological atmosphere of the kitchen was one of scientific terror. The chefs were not cooks, they were alchemical technicians. They worked in a kitchen lined with lead to protect them from the bleed of the king's presence. They prepared the marrow of black bulls and the brains of white owls, believing these high mineral tissues were the only things that could satisfy the hunger of the entity. The moral decay of the court was visible in how they procured these ingredients. They spent more on the king's daily broth than on the defense of entire provinces. While the peasants of Spain were eating bread made of sawdust, the king was consuming distilled precious metals. They were literalizing the metaphor of the Golden King. The atmospheric build of the meal itself was hypnotic. The king would take the silver spoon and hold it in his mouth for exactly 60 seconds before taking the first sip. This was called the priming. He was allowing the silver to synchronize with the vibration of his jaw. The grandees standing around the table would watch in absolute silence, their eyes fixed on the floor. The American audience values efficiency and human connection. The Hapsburg meal was the opposite of both. It was a slow, agonizing performance of non-human existence. The king did not look at his servants. He did not smile. He did not acknowledge the world around him. He was a biological machine being fueled. Consider the silver tongue myth. It was said that a Hapsburg could talk anyone into anything. This was the result of the silver spoon ritual. By constantly grounding their speech through silver during their meals, their voices became polished. They produced a sound that was unnaturally smooth and resonant. When they spoke, it felt like the listener was being touched by cool metal, but this power had a cost. The constant exposure to silver and mercury turned the Habsburg skin a pale, ghostly blue. This is the origin of the term blue blood. It wasn't about the color of their veins, it was about the metallic saturation of their tissues. They were becoming living mirrors. During the reign of Philip IV, the ritual became so complex that it took 4 hours for the king to finish a single bowl of soup. He had to breathe in a specific rhythm to match the hum of the silver. If he lost his focus, he would suffer from the silver shakes, a condition where his entire body would vibrate until he lost consciousness. The psychological toll of the silver shakes was a constant fear of the body. The king could not trust his own muscles. He could not trust his own hunger. He was a passenger in a vessel that was trying to shake itself apart. The silver spoon was his only anchor to the physical world. Think of the moral decay of the children. They were introduced to the silver spoon at the age of 3. They were taught that food was a danger and that silver was their only friend. They were discouraged from ever using their hands to touch their food. Hands were dirty because they couldn't ground the frequency. Only the spoon was pure. This created a generation of royals who were physically incapable of surviving outside the ritual. If they were taken away from the silver, they would die of a nervous collapse within days. They were addicted to the metal. They were the first transhuman dynasty trying to merge their biology with the inorganic to survive a debt they couldn't pay. The monster within the Habsburg blood was not a metaphor. It was a localized manifestation of the Iron Mirror's intent. As the centuries passed, the entity grew more demanding. It was no longer enough to just ground the energy. The entity wanted mass, the informative. Logs from the private kitchens of the Hapsburg show an increasing demand for high-density minerals. They began to grind up ancient Roman coins and mix them into the king's drink. They used the dust of sovereignty, the bone shavings we explored in the alchemist's toll as a seasoning. The king was literally eating his ancestors to stay alive. The psychological horror of ancestral cannibalism is the peak of the Habsburg moral decay. They believed that by consuming the bone shavings of previous kings, they were strengthening the vessel. They were trying to create a super resonator, but the more they fed the entity, the more it grew. The silver spoon was starting to fail. By the time of Charles II, the silver spoons had to be replaced every week. The metal would become fatigued. It would turn black and brittle as if it had been burned by a fire that wasn't there. The alchemists called this the breath of the monster. The atmospheric build of the dining hall in the late 1690s was one of impending doom. The silence was no longer respectful, it was asphyxiating. The grandees who stood around the table were terrified. They could hear the king's jaw clicking like a clock. They could smell the ozone. They knew the silver spoon was the only thing standing between them, and a resonant explosion that would level the palace. Think of the psychology of the grandee. You are a nobleman of Spain. Your family has served the Habsburgs for 10 generations. You stand in a room for 4 hours watching a blue-skinned man slowly swallow gray liquid with a silver spoon. You are forbidden to move. You are forbidden to breathe loudly. You are watching the slow decay of the world, and you are calling it majesty. This is the moral decay of the witness. By participating in the ritual, the nobility became part of the lie. They were the ones who enforced the silence. They were the ones who guarded the silver. They were the keepers of the monster's cage, the American. Audience values transparency. And the common man, the Hapsburg ritual, was the ultimate opaque. Bureaucracy. It was a secret hidden in plain sight. Everyone saw the king eat, but no one knew why he ate that way. The truth was buried under layers of velvet and etiquette. During the winter months, the ritual became even more difficult. The cold air made the jawbone even more resonant. The king would have to wear a heated wool mask between bites to keep the bone from freezing in the high-frequency state. If the bone froze, the king would be trapped in a permanent hum until he died of exhaustion. The informative detail of the heated mask is another clue to the hardware nature of the Habsburgs. They were not living in a natural world. They were living in a controlled environment. They were like the first astronauts trying to survive on a planet that was hostile to life. The planet was their own empire. Consider the silver spoon ritual for the queen. While the king was the primary resonator, the queen was the stabilizer. She had her own silver ritual. She would eat at the same time in a different room using a silver fork that was tuned to a complementary note. By eating in harmony, they created a duotone that stabilized the entire palace. If the king and queen were out of sync, the palace would experience the poltergeist effect. Objects would move on their own. Mirrors would shatter. The servants would report cold spots in the corridors. This wasn't ghosts, it was harmonic interference. The Habsburgs were literally shaking their own home apart. This brings us to a reflective question. What happens when your very existence requires the constant manipulation of the physical world? What happens when you can no longer perform a basic human act like eating without a team of alchemists and a silver tuning fork? You stop being a person. You become a process. The final meal of Charles II in November. 1700 is the most informative and horrifying moment in the history of the silver spoon ritual. Charles was no longer capable of holding the spoon himself. His muscles were too weak and his jaw was too heavy. The alchemist Dr. Valerius had to perform the ritual for him. The atmospheric build of that night was one of absolute darkness. The root tone had become a death rattle. The humming from the king's jaw was so loud that the silver spoons in the room were vibrating on their own, creating a metallic chorus that sounded like 1,000 bees. Valerius approached the bed with the silver spoon. The broth was a thick black liquid made of pulverized rubies and the blood of a sacrificed bull. As the spoon touched the king's lip, a spark of blue electricity jumped from the metal to the king's skin. The king's eyes rolled back. This was the feedback loop. The entity was no longer waiting for the food. It was trying to use the silver spoon as a bridge to enter the alchemist. Valerius felt the vibration travel up his arm. He felt his own teeth beginning to hum. The psychological state of the room was one of primal terror. The grandees fled the chamber. The silent guards abandoned their posts. Only Valerius remained holding the silver anchor. He knew that if he let go, the resonance would destroy the palace. He had to finish the ritual. He forced the black broth into the king's mouth. But the king could no longer swallow. The gray liquid in his head was now leaking from his throat. The silver spoon began to melt in the alchemist's hand. Not from heat, but from structural fatigue. The metal was giving up. At that moment the king spoke. He didn't use human words. He produced a sound that was the perfect note of the iron mirror. It was a sound that carried the weight of 600 years of debt. It was the sound of the monster, finally announcing its arrival. The informative conclusion of the ritual was the total destruction of the silver service. Every silver plate, every spoon, and every fork in the Hapsburg turned to black ash in a single second. The grounding was gone. The field of authority collapsed. Charles II died an hour later. But he didn't die of natural causes, he died of vibration. His body had finally reached the resonance frequency, and his atoms could no longer stay together. The shriveled heart and the peppercorn lungs were all that was left of the biological man. The rest was ash and mercury. The moral decay of the Hapsburgs was now complete. They had spent their last ounce of silver to feed a monster that they could no longer control. They had sacrificed their people, their children, and their own bodies to maintain a majesty. That was actually a biological horror. Show. The American audience values legacy. But what is the legacy of the silver spoon in the museums? Of Europe, you can see these spoons. They are beautiful, elegant, and made of the finest silver. But if you look closely at the handles, you will see stress fractures. You will see marks that look like they were made by a high-frequency drill. These are the scars of the debt. The psychological reflection of the story is this. We all have our silver spoons. We all have the tools we use to ground our stress, to hide our decay, to maintain our image. We all have the rituals we perform to feed the monsters of our ambition. But eventually the silver melts. Eventually the grounding fails. The Habsburgs thought they could outrun the debt by refining the ritual. They thought they could feed the monster forever, but a parasite is never satisfied. It only grows until the host is gone. The silver spoon ritual is a closed chapter in the history of royalty. When the House of Bourbon took the throne of Spain in 1700, they tried to use the Hapsburg silver. They found that they couldn't. The spoons felt hot to the touch. They produced a sound that made the new king feel physically ill. The informative reality was that the silver had been imprinted by the Hapsburg frequency. It was no longer just metal, it was a record of the curse. The Bourbons had the entire silver service melted down and recast. They brought in French chefs and French manners. They tried to bring light into a palace that had lived in the shadow for 6 centuries, but the monster did not leave the palace. It simply went into the walls. It went into the stone foundations that had been vibrating for hundreds of years. The silver spoon was gone, but the echo remained. The atmospheric build of our journey is now coming to a close. The dining hall is empty. The velvet tapestries have been removed. The scent of metallic broth has faded. You're standing in a room that is finally quiet, but as you drift closer to the deep, quiet of sleep, listen to the rhythm of your own breathing. Feel the softness of the air. You do not need silver to swallow. You do not need a ritual to ground your soul. You are a natural being living in a natural world. The Habsburgs were a tragic warning. They showed us that the more we try to control the frequency of our lives, the more we become prisoners of the tuner. They showed us that the golden age was actually a silver cage. The light is now a mere spark. The doors are locking. The Hapsburg Shadow is receding into the dark archives. You are safe now. The monster is fed and the debt is paid, but as the silence deepens, remember the clicking in the dark. Remember the blue skin and the silver spoons. And remember that the most dangerous hunger is the one that comes from within. The Habsburgs had spent their lives feeding the entity, but they had forgotten the external world. They had forgotten that while they were vibrating in their palaces, the world outside was turning cold. The empire was shrinking. The sun was setting on the House of Austria, and as the year 1700 approached, the Habsburgs realized that the silver spoon was not enough. They needed a new kind of heat. They needed a way to keep the blood from freezing in the absolute zero of the coming winter. The monster was full, but the blood was running cold. We have seen the ritual of the feast, but we have not yet seen the ritual of the final freeze. In our next chapter, we will enter the year 1700, the year the Habsburg blood finally stopped vibrating. We will discover the secret of the blue ice, and why the last king of Spain had to be buried in a coffin of solid salt to keep the cold curse from spreading to the rest of Europe. The story of the year the blood ran cold is about to begin. The year 1700 was not merely the end of a century, but the final biological foreclosure of the most powerful dynasty the world had ever known. While the sun beat down on the parched streets of Madrid, a terrifying atmospheric betrayal was unfolding inside the royal palace. The physicians were wearing heavy furs and the guards were shivering in a heat wave because the king's room had become a pocket of absolute zero. Charles II was not dying from a fever or a plague, he was being reclaimed by the earth. The forbidden truth is that the Hapsburg blood, which had been tuned and refined through centuries of incestuous rituals, had finally lost its heat. The frequency of the iron mirror had reached its peak and was now withdrawing its energy, leaving the king's veins to fill with a substance known in the secret archives as blue ice. This was not a natural death, it was the collection of a debt that had been signed in blood nearly 500 years prior. The curse had finished its work, and as the royal lineage shattered into 1,000 frozen shards, the empire realized it had been serving a ghost. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and freezing silver fills the air. Imagine yourself standing at the foot of a bed that feels like a glacier in the heart of a desert. We are witnessing the final seconds of the Spanish Hapsburgs. To understand the 300% retention of this moment, we must look at the psychological state of Europe in the autumn of 1700. For 35 years the world had been waiting for Charles II to die. He was the enchanted king, a man who was expected to perish every day of his life. Yet he persisted through sheer alchemical inertia. But as the new century approached, a shift occurred in the field of authority. The humming in the palace walls, which had been a constant drone for generations, suddenly changed to a high-pitched scream and then fell into a deathly silence. The informative demand of this period focuses on the Great Freeze. Historical records mention that the autumn of 1700 was unusually warm in Spain. Yet the servants in the Alcazar reported that the king's breath was visible as a white mist. His skin, which had been a ghostly blue from the silver and mercury, was now turning a translucent white. When the physicians tried to draw blood to relieve his humors, the needle would not penetrate the vein. It snapped as if it were hitting a stone. This was the blue ice. The Habsburgs had spent centuries turning their bodies into mineralized vessels. They had traded the warmth of human blood for the cold efficiency of resonance. In 1700, the reservoir was empty. The entity from the mirror had extracted every ounce of vibration it could find, and it was leaving behind a husk of frozen minerals. Think of the psychological horror of being a minister in that room. You're standing next to a king who is radiating a cold so intense it causes the wine in your glass to freeze. You are watching a man turn into a statue while he is still breathing. This was the moral decay of the Hapsburg obsession. They had sought to be eternal, and they had achieved it by becoming as cold and as dead as a mountain dot during the final week of October. The silver spoon ritual, which we discussed previously, was attempted one last time. Dr. Valerius brought the silver spoon to the king's lips, but the metal did not ground the frequency. Instead, the spoon froze to the king's mouth. When Valerius tried to pull it away, a piece of the king's lip came with it, revealing that the tissue inside was not red but a deep sapphire blue. It was not flesh anymore, it was a crystalline structure. The American audience values the concept of the end of an era, but for the Habsburgs, it was the end of the species. They were the only members of this subcategory of humanity, and their extinction was happening in a single room. The atmospheric build of the palace was one of imminent collapse. The grandees had stopped wearing their silk finery and were now wrapped in heavy woolens. The red shadow which had stood behind every Habsburg wedding and feast was gone. The entity had abandoned the palace. It had already moved its anchor to a new location, leaving Charles to deal with the physical fallout of the withdrawn pact. Charles was aware of this. In his final lucid moments, he spoke of the Great Cold. He said that the sun had gone out in his mind. He wasn't talking about his sight, he was talking about the heat of his soul. He had been a vessel for so long that he didn't know how to generate his own warmth without the frequency of the mirror. He was just a pile of cold bones and frozen mercury, the informative logs from the Vatican observers. In the room, note that the king's last decree was not about the succession of the throne, but about the grounding of the soul. He begged to be buried in salt. He knew that his body was a dangerous relic of a failed experiment. He knew that the blue ice in his veins would continue to vibrate even after he was dead, while the king was freezing in his chamber. The rest of the world was preparing for a feast of fire. The geopolitical landscape of 1700 was a powder keg. Louis XIV of France and Leopold I of Austria were like vultures circling a dying animal. They both had claims to the Spanish throne through their Hapsburg wives, but they weren't just interested in the land. They wanted the secret. Both France and Austria had their own alchemists who had spent decades trying to replicate the Hapsburg frequency. They had seen the power of the divine deformity and the iron mirror, and they wanted to know if the debt could be transferred. The informative secret of the War of the Spanish Succession is that it was not just a war for territory, it was a war for the alchemical anchor. The psychological tension in the Palace of Madrid was unbearable. The French ambassador was in one wing, the Austrian ambassador was in the other, and the king was in the middle, turning into ice. Every time a physician came out of the royal chamber, he was swarmed by spies asking not, "How is the king?" but "Is the blood still blue?" They wanted to catch the moment of transition. They believed that when the last Habsburg of the Spanish line died, the entity would manifest one last time before choosing a new host. They were waiting for the spectral discharge. During the night of October 30th, the temperature in the king's room dropped to a level that shattered the marble fireplace. The blue ice was now visible in the king's eyes. He looked like a man made of glass. Dr. Valerius recorded that the king's heart, which we know was the size of a peppercorn, was now beating only once every 10 minutes. Each beat sounded like a hammer hitting an anvil. Think of the moral decay of these scientists. They were standing in a room so cold it was killing them, yet they were taking notes on the rhythm of the fracture. They were watching the systematic destruction of a human being, and they were calling it a rare event. This is the peak of the Hapsburg tragedy. Even in death, they were treated as hard evidence rather than people. The atmospheric build of the final hours was marked by a white silence. The humming had stopped. The clicking of the silver spoons had stopped. The only sound was the howling of the wind outside, which seemed to be mourning the loss of the frequency. The palace felt like it was being erased from reality. In the early morning of November, first the day of All Saints, the king's body finally reached the critical zero. The blue ice had reached his brain. At that moment, the king sat up in bed. His eyes were wide and glowing with a cold silver light. He pointed toward the window, toward the mountains of Switzerland, where the Hawk's castle stood. He didn't speak with his voice. He spoke with the root tone. The sound was so powerful that it caused the heavy velvet curtains to catch fire. This was the final discharge. The Hapsburg Shadow was leaving the vessel. The informative conclusion of the king's life was the total crystallization of his internal organs. When he fell back onto the pillows, he didn't bounce. He landed with the heavy thud of a solid mineral. The physicians who touched him reported that his body was as hard as granite. The psychological aftermath was a state of numbed shock. The king was dead, but the problem remained. What do you do with a body that is a frozen alchemical weapon? If they buried him in the royal crypt, the blue ice might seep into the bones of his ancestors and restart the frequency. If they burned him, they might release the entity back into the air of Madrid. The moral decay of the court took its final form in the salt coffin. Ritual. They decided to encase the king in 3 feet of solid salt. Salt, as we know from alchemical tradition, is a grounding agent. It absorbs moisture and traps energy. They were effectively desiccating the curse. They placed Charles II in a lead-lined box and filled it with salt from the mines of the Dead Sea. They were burying him in a way that ensured he would never vibrate again. They were trying to silence the Hapsburg Shadow once and for all, but the American and Tier 1 audience knows that history is never that simple. The blue ice didn't melt. It just went dormant. The salt didn't destroy the frequency, it just stored it. The year the blood ran cold was not the end of the story, it was the beginning of the quiet debt. The funeral of Charles II was a masterpiece of empty majesty. The procession through the streets of Madrid was silent. There were no trumpets, no chanting, and no weeping. The people were too afraid to make a sound. They knew that the King of Ice was in the box, and they knew that the era of the Habsburgs was over. The psychological reflection for the audience is this: we spend our lives building warmth. We build families, we build connections, we build heat. The Habsburgs spent 600 years doing the opposite. They built a cold empire. They built a world of rigid lines and frozen hierarchies. In 1700, they discovered that the problem with a cold empire is that it eventually shatters. The informative research into the salt coffin reveals that the burial took place at night with only 12 witnesses. Each witness was required to wear a silver ring that had been acoustically treated. They were terrified of the post-mortem resonance. When the coffin was lowered into the vault, the witnesses reported hearing a sound like glass. Tinkling from deep inside the lid, the blue ice was still. Moving dot, this brings us to the moral decay of the successors. The House of Bourbon, which took over Spain after the War of the Spanish Succession, tried to erase every trace of the Hapsburg rituals. They burned the furniture, they melted the silver, and they whitewashed the walls. They wanted to forget that the enchanted king ever existed, but you cannot whitewash a frequency. The year the blood ran cold had left a permanent mark on the climate of the palace. To this day, the servants in the royal palace of Madrid report cold spots in the areas where Charles spent his final years. They describe a temperature drop so sudden and so intense that it feels like the breath of a glacier. The atmospheric transition of our story is now coming to a close. The year 1700 is a fading echo in the archives. The salt in the coffin is now a solid block of mineral holding the last Hapsburg of the Spanish line in a permanent grip. The blue ice is trapped, or so we are led to believe. To the Tier 1 audience, this is the ultimate cliffhanger of history. We are told that the story ended with the death of Charles, but the entity did not die. The iron mirror did not break. The debt was not canceled, it was merely refinanced. Think of the psychological state of the Habsburgs who remained in Austria. They saw what happened to their Spanish cousins. They saw the blue ice and the salt coffin. They realized that the throne that would never fall was actually a throne of glass. They spent the next 200 years trying to avoid the same fate, but they couldn't stop the breeding. They couldn't stop the divine deformity. They were still tethered to the mirror. They just learned how to hide the cold more effectively. The moral decay of the Habsburgs is that they never stopped believing they were special. They never stopped believing that their purity was worth the price of their humanity. Even as the Spanish line froze to death, the Austrian line was preparing for the next wedding of shadows. As you drift closer to the deep quiet of sleep, feel the warmth of your own blood. Feel the heat of your own heartbeat. You are a biological miracle of warmth and movement. You are not a vessel of ice. You are not a prisoner of a mineral debt. You have the freedom to be opaque and human. The light in our narrative is now a mere pinpoint. The year 1700 has been swallowed by the shadows. The salt coffin is sealed. The king is at rest. But the frequency is still searching for a new home. In the imperial crypt in Vienna, there are dozens of marble sarcophagi. They are magnificent, heavy, and filled with the history of the Habsburgs. But there is a secret that the tour guides won't tell you. A secret that involves the quiet debt and the blue ice. If you were to open those coffins today, what would you find? Would you find the bodies of kings and queens? Or would you find something much more disturbing? Something that explains why the Habsburgs were so obsessed with the grounding of the soul. The year the blood ran cold was the end of the Spanish line, but it was the beginning of the empty mystery. We have seen the king turn to ice, but we have not yet seen where the bodies went. In our next chapter, we will enter the Imperial Crypt of Vienna for a discovery that has baffled researchers for decades. We will discover the secret of the empty coffins and the terrifying truth that some Habsburgs were never buried at all. They were harvested for a purpose that goes beyond the physical world. The story of the empty coffins of the Imperial Crypt is about to begin. In the heart of Vienna, beneath the modest exterior of the Capuchin Church, lies the Imperial Crypt, where 150 members of the House of Austria are said to rest in eternal silence. But a modern-day mystery has emerged from the cold stone that threatens to expose the most elaborate betrayal in the history of death. During a recent archival restoration, researchers discovered that several of the most magnificent bronze sarcophagi, weighing thousands of pounds, were structurally hollow. When high-frequency scans were conducted, they did not reveal the skeletal remains of sovereigns, but solid blocks of industrial lead. The bodies of the most powerful resonators in the Hapsburg line are missing from their designated resting places. This was not a theft by grave robbers, but a forbidden relocation organized by the dynasty itself. They did not bury their kings, they harvested them. The elaborate tombs were a lie designed to satisfy the public, while the actual physical vessels were taken to a hidden location to continue their resonance. The curse of the Habsburgs did not end at the grave, it was simply moved out of sight. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold damp iron fills the air. Imagine yourself walking down the narrow stone steps of the Kaisergruft. The air is thick with the weight of centuries, and the shadows of the bronze eagles seem to stretch out toward you as you pass. To understand the 300% retention of this mystery, we must look at the unique Habsburg tradition of the three burials. In the Tier 1 world of European history, the Habsburgs practiced a ritual that seemed like mere tradition, but was actually a sophisticated alchemical procedure. When an emperor died, his body was divided into three parts. His heart was placed in a silver urn and taken to the Augustinian church. His entrails were placed in a copper urn and taken to the great catacombs of St. Stephen. His body was then placed in the imperial crypt. History calls this a mark of status. But the psychological reality is much darker. They were breaking the circuit. As we have explored in our previous chapters, the Habsburg body was a biological machine tuned to the frequency of the iron mirror. The jaw was the antenna, the blood was the fluidic spirit, and the heart was the rhythmic engine. If a Habsburg was buried in one piece, the root tone would continue to vibrate after death, attracting the red shadow and potentially turning the tomb into a beacon for the entity. By separating the heart from the bone, they were trying to silence the signal. They were cutting the wires of the machine, but the mystery of the empty coffin suggests that for certain members of the family, even this separation was not enough. There were individuals whose bone density and resonance were so high that even a heartless body was too dangerous to be left in a public crypt. These were the high resonators like Maximilian and Isabella from the Silent Wing. The informative research into the crypt's architecture reveals that the sarcophagi of these specific individuals were never meant to be opened. They were sealed with lead solder that was 3 inches thick. To the public, this was a sign of the incorruptibility of the royal flesh. To the alchemists, it was radiation shielding. If you stand near the tomb of Maria Theresa today, you might feel a slight pressure in your ears. This is the ghostly feedback of a dynasty that refused to truly depart the physical world. The Habsburgs were obsessed with the idea of the living relic. They believed that the power of the empire was physically stored in the bone, and that to lose the bone was to lose the throne. The psychological landscape of the imperial crypt is one of magnificent denial. Every tomb is a statement of permanence. But the realization that some of these tombs are empty creates an abyssal fear. If the bodies are not in the crypt, where are they? The informative archives of the Capuchin monks who have guarded the crypt since 1633 contain several anomaly reports. These reports mention that during the 19th century, several sarcophagi were moved during the night under the supervision of the Black Guard. These were not the official palace guards, but a secret group of alchemists dressed in the robes of the order. They claimed they were repairing the bronze. But the workers who assisted them noted that the coffins felt significantly lighter when they were taken out and much heavier when they were brought back. This is the moment where the lead blocks were introduced. Why would a dynasty go to such lengths to replace their ancestors with lead? The answer lies in the refinancing of the debt. In the 1800s, as the empire was facing the rise of democracy and the fall of absolute monarchy, the Habsburgs needed a way to boost the signal. They needed to consolidate their acoustic assets. The bodies of the high resonators were taken to a hidden vault located deep beneath the foundations of the Hapsburg Palace, directly beneath the room where the iron mirror once stood. This was the Grand Resonator Chamber. By bringing all the vibrating bone into one location, they created a massive psychic battery that they hoped would save the empire from the winds of change. Think of the moral decay of this act. They were digging up their own parents and children to use their skeletons as signal repeaters. The Hapsburg Shadow was no longer a living dynasty, it was a necromantic network. They had turned their history into a hardware store. The American audience values rest in peace as a fundamental right. The Habsburgs did not believe in peace. They believed in persistence. They saw the grave as just another room in the palace, a room where the occupant didn't need to eat or sleep, but could still perform the function of the root tone. The atmospheric build of the hidden vault is one of absolute silence and metallic cold. Imagine a room where the walls are lined with silver plates and the floor is a grid of copper wires. In the center of this room, the empty royals are arranged in a circle. They are no longer wearing crowns. They are wearing head frames of iron that connect their jaws to the central grid. This is the silent governance. During the reign of Franz Joseph, the longest ruling emperor of the 19th century, the hidden vault was at its peak. Franz Joseph was a man of extreme discipline and rigid habit. History says he worked 18 hours a day at his desk, but the secret logs say he spent 4 of those hours in the resonator chamber. He wasn't praying, he was thinking. He would sit in the center of the circle of his ancestors and let the combined frequency of their bones wash over him. This is why he was able to maintain the empire through decades of war, revolution, and personal tragedy. He was being powered by the dead signal. He was a living extension of the bones in the basement. The informative detail of the laid shrouds found in the imperial crypt now makes sense. The lead was not to protect the bodies, it was to simulate the weight. The Habsburgs knew that eventually someone would check the tombs. By using lead, they ensured that the sarcophagi would feel authentic to any inspector. They were the masters of the physical lie, the psychological decay of the Habsburgs in the 20th century was the result of the hardware failure. As we have seen with Charles II, the bone eventually loses its resonance. Even in the hidden vault, the bodies began to go quiet. The mineralized structure of the skeletons started to crumble into a fine gray powder that didn't hum. When the First World War broke out in 1914, the Habsburgs went to the basement to consult the bone. They found that the frequency was gone. The necromantic network had finally run out of power. The debt was being collected, and there was no more collateral left in the basement. The collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1918 was the final shattering. Without the dead signal to hold the multi-ethnic empire together, the various nations simply walked away. The Hapsburgs were left with a palace full of empty rooms and a basement full of dust. The informative reality of the modern-day imperial crypt is that it is a museum of silence. The tourists who walk through the Kaisergraft are looking at magnificent works of art, but they are also looking at the great deception. They are standing in a graveyard of lead. But the question remains. If the bot is turned to dust and the signal is gone, why do the scans still show the lead blocks? And why do the cold spots still persist, the atmospheric? Build of our story suggests that the entity did not leave the bones until every last vibration was consumed. The lead blocks were not just placeholders, they were absorbers. Over the decades, the lead has been imprinted with the Hapsburg frequency. The tombs are no longer empty in a spiritual sense. They have become lead mirrors of the sovereigns who were once there. The moral decay of the Habsburgs is that they left behind a world haunted by their refusal to die. They created a cultural frequency that still affects the politics and the psychology of Central Europe. The obsession with tradition and order in Vienna is the lingering hum of the missing resonator dot as you drift closer to the deep. Quiet of sleep, listen to the stillness of your own room. Your body is whole. Your heart is in your chest. Your bones are your own. You do not need to be divided into three to find peace. You do not need to be replaced by lead to be remembered. The light in the imperial crypt is now a mere pinpoint. The bronze eagles are watching the shadows return to the corners. The sarcophagi are cold and heavy. The empty mystery is a secret that the Habsburgs took to their actual graves, but the weight of a crown is not just measured in gold or bone. It is measured in the moral decay that it requires. The Habsburgs were the most powerful family on earth because they were willing to do the unthinkable to their own flesh. They were willing to carry a weight that no human soul was meant to bear. This weight did not just affect their bodies, it affected their will. It turned their majesty into a burden that eventually crushed the very empire it was meant to protect. The coffins may be empty, but the weight has never left the palace. In our next chapter, we will examine the final psychological collapse of the Hapsburg line. We will discover the secret of the moral decay that occurs when a human mind is forced to govern millions through the frequency of a curse. We will explore why the last Emperor of Austria spent his final nights talking to a crown that he believed was screaming. The story of the weight of the crown is about to begin. The imperial crown of the Holy Roman Empire is often viewed as a masterpiece of goldsmithing and a symbol of divine right, but the secret journals of the Hofburg reveal it to be a physical instrument of spiritual execution. For 600 years, the Habsburgs did not wear the crown so much as they were crushed beneath it. The forbidden truth is that the crown was constructed with a specific alchemical geometry, designed to act as a compression chamber for the human soul. Every jewel was tuned to the frequency of the iron mirror, and every ounce of gold was a grounding wire for the entity we have followed through this history. As the crown rested on the brow of the sovereign, it began to systematically drain the king of his empathy, his compassion, and his very capacity for human emotion. The moral decay of the dynasty was not a choice, but a biological consequence of wearing a relic that demanded the erasure of the self in exchange for the dominance of the world. They traded the warmth of the heart for the permanence of the throne, and in the end they became as hollow and as cold as the metal they worshipped. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold, heavy gold fills the air. Imagine yourself standing in the treasury of the Hapsburg, where the crown sits behind thick glass. The air around it feels different, as if the gravity itself is pulling harder in the presence of this ancient weight. To understand the 300% retention of this narrative, we must look at the physical reality of the imperial crown. It is not a circular band like the crowns of England or France. It is octagonal, composed of 8 arched plates of gold. In the archival records of the alchemists, the number 8 represents the fixed point between the earthly and the divine. But for the Hapsburgs, it represented a cage. The atmospheric build of our story takes us to the coronation of a new emperor. As the heavy octagonal crown is lowered onto his head, the resonance of his enlarged jaw begins to synchronize with the vibration of the jewels. The American and Tier 1 audience understands the concept of the crown of thorns, but for the Hapsburgs, the crown was a crown of iron and glass. The moment the metal touches the skin, the psychological transformation begins. The emperor reports a sensation of internal silence. The voices of his own desires, his own fears, and his own love for his family begin to fade. They are replaced by the root tone. This is the moral decay of the dynasty. To be a successful Hapsburg, one had to stop being a man. One had to become a statue. Informative research into the history of the Schatzkammer or the imperial treasury reveals that the crown weighs nearly 8 pounds. This is a massive physical burden for any human to carry for hours during a ceremony. But the Habsburgs claimed the weight was much greater. They described it as the weight of a mountain dot. Why would a piece of gold feel like a mountain? The answer lies in the frequency of the debt. The crown was the point of contact between the king and the 600 years of suffering that built his empire. Every betrayal, every war, and every drop of blood spilled in the name of the House of Austria was stored in the molecular structure of the gold. When the king wore the crown, he was forced to carry the moral mass of his entire lineage. The psychological state of the Habsburgs was one of absolute indifference. They watched millions of their subjects die in the 30 Years' War, and they did not weep. They saw their own children wither from the divine deformity, and they did not flinch. This was not because they were naturally cruel, but because the crown had burned out their emotional receptors. They were living in a moral vacuum. Think of the psychology of the void. You have all the power in the world, but you have no capacity to feel it. You have all the gold in the world, but you cannot feel its value. You are a biological extension of a machine that only knows how to persist. This is the ultimate moral decay of the Hapsburg Shadow. It is the transition from a living being to a permanent process. The atmospheric transition of our story moves to the final years of the 19th century. The world was changing, and the root tone was failing as we explored in the mystery of the empty coffins. The last emperors were finding it harder and harder to maintain the internal silence. The crown was becoming loud. Franz Joseph the Emperor, who ruled for 68 years, was a man of absolute habit. He treated the crown with a terrifying reverence. He believed that if he ever stopped wearing the spiritual crown, even in his sleep, the empire would shatter. He lived in a state of constant psychological armor. He was the most disciplined man in Europe, but he was also the most hollow. The informative details of his private life show a man who had completely erased his own humanity. When his wife, the Empress Elizabeth, was assassinated, he did not cry in public. When his son and heir Rudolf died in the tragedy of Mayerling, he returned to his desk within hours. This was the moral decay in its final form. He was no longer a father or a husband. He was the vessel of the weight. But what happens when the weight becomes too much for the bone to support? As the 20th century approached, the Habsburgs began to report that the crown was screaming. This wasn't a metaphor. The jewels which had been tuned to the iron mirror for centuries were now reflecting the chaos of a world that no longer wanted kings. The vibration of the crown was becoming discordant. The American audience values the idea of breaking point. The Habsburgs reached theirs in 1914. When the Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated, the crown produced a sound that was reportedly heard by every member of the family across Europe. It was a shattering note. The final Emperor Karl I spent his nights in the private chapel talking to the crown. He believed the metal was judging him. He felt the moral decay of his ancestors pressing down on his skull. He realized that the 600 years of world dominance was a debt that could only be paid by the total destruction of the family. The crown was no longer a symbol of power, it was a lid. Weight, pulling the dynasty into the grave. The atmospheric build of the final days of the empire is one of ghostly fatigue. The Habsburgs were tired of being statues. They were tired of the silence. They were tired of the weight. In 1918, when the empire finally collapsed and the crown was returned to the glass case in the treasury, the last Habsburgs felt a sudden and terrifying lightness. But as we have explored, you cannot simply walk away from the Hapsburg Shadow. The crown had left a permanent impression on their souls. Even without the metal, they still felt the weight. They still felt the internal silence. They had been so refined and so tuned that they could no longer live in a world of human noise. The moral decay of the Habsburgs is the realization that the empire was never for the people, and it was never for the kings. It was for the entity. The family was just a series of carry teams moving the weight through history. They were the pack animals of a supernatural debt. The informative conclusion of this chapter is the question of value. Was 600 years of dominance worth the erasure of their humanity? Was it worth the jaw and the peppercorn heart and the empty coffins? The Habsburgs thought so until the very end. They believed that permanence was the only thing that mattered, but nature disagrees. Nature values the ephemeral. It values the heartbeat that stops and the tear that falls. By trying to become eternal, the Habsburgs became monstrous. They became a warning that the highest price you can pay for a crown is the loss of your own reflection in the eyes of your fellow men. As you drift closer to the deep quiet of sleep, feel the lightness of your own life. You do not carry the weight of 1,000 years of betrayal. You do not have the root tone humming in your skull. You are free to feel and free to change. Your moral compass is not a piece of gold, it is your own human heart. The light in the treasury is now a mere spark. The glass case is cold. The octagonal crown sits in the dark, waiting for a head that will never come. The weight is still there, but it has no vessel to hold it. The atmospheric build of our story is coming to a close. We have explored the physical and psychological cage of the Habsburgs. We have seen the moral decay of a family that traded their souls for a throne. But there is one final piece of the puzzle. The Habsburgs are gone, but their echo remains. And that echo is not a sound, but a click. a sound that comes from the darkness of a lonely corridor in Vienna. A sound that tells us the story is not quite finished. We have explored the weight of the crown, but we have not yet heard the final sound of the dynasty. In our next and final chapter, we will return to the empty halls of the Hapsburg for the unresolved ending. We will discover the secret of the clicking jaw and why the Hapsburg Shadow is still trying to communicate with a world that has forgotten it. The story of the clicking jaw, an echo in the dark, is about to begin. You might believe that the Habsburgs are a ghost of the past, a mere chapter in a dusty history book that has no bearing on our modern world. But the night guards of the Hofburg Palace in Vienna will tell you a different story. They speak of a sound that travels through the marble foundations at 3 in the morning, a rhythmic metallic clicking that sounds exactly like a heavy jawbone being forced open by an invisible hand. This is not a haunting in the traditional sense, it is a residual frequency. The forbidden truth is that the Hapsburg Shadow never truly left our reality, it simply changed its medium. The entity from the Iron Mirror did not vanish when the last king died. It moved into the stone foundations and the genetic code of Europe, waiting for a new vessel to resonate with its ancient hunger. The betrayal of the Habsburgs was not just against their own children, but against the very fabric of our biological existence. They opened a door that cannot be closed, and even now in the cold silence of the modern city, the jaw of the dynasty is still clicking in the dark. This is the truth, the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold stone fills the air. Imagine yourself standing in the center of the Heldenplatz at midnight. The city of Vienna is asleep, and the great palaces are nothing but silhouettes against the sky. We are here to listen to the final echo of a debt that was never meant to be paid. To understand the 300% retention of this final mystery, we must look at the Hapsburg echo. In previous chapters, we have explored the biological tragedy of the peppercorn heart, the psychological horror of the glass emperor, and the alchemical extraction of the bone shavings. We have seen how a family turned itself into a machine. But the question that remains is what happens to a machine when the power source is removed. History says the machine stopped in 1918. But science and the archival whispers suggest that a frequency once established does not simply disappear. It dissipates. It scatters. The atmospheric build of our conclusion begins with the clicking. For decades, visitors to the Hofburg have reported a sudden sharp sound in the corridors near the old treasury. It is a mechanical sound like two pieces of mineralized bone striking each other. It occurs most often when the air is still and the pressure is low. This is the post-mortem resonance. It is the physical memory of the divine deformity still trying to tune itself to a mirror that is no longer there. Think of the psychological state of the palace itself. The stone has been vibrating at the Hapsburg frequency for 600 years. The marble, the granite, and the lead have all been imprinted by the root tone. Even though the sovereigns are gone, the building itself has become the resonator. The palace is a Hapsburg. It carries the jaw in its foundations and the silent wing in its shadows. The informative research into modern genetics provides a chilling perspective on this echo. While the royal line of Spain went extinct, the genetic markers of the Habsburgs did not. They moved into the general population. Every time you see a person with a slightly prominent lip or a heavy jaw in the streets of a Tier 1 city, you might be looking at a ghost frequency. They may not have the peppercorn heart or the silver-filled head, but they carry the blueprint of the debt in their DNA. They are the unconscious vessels. The moral decay of the Habsburgs has therefore become a part of the human heritage. We are all living in the shadow of their experiment. We are all living in a world shaped by their refusal to be human. The iron mirror may be hidden in a vault or lost in the mountains of Switzerland, but the reflection is everywhere. It is in our obsession with permanence. It is in our pursuit of power at the cost of our empathy. It is in the internal silence we feel when we prioritize the system over the soul. The American audience values closure. We want to know that the monster is dead and the hero is safe. But the Hapsburg story does not offer closure. It offers persistence. The dynasty didn't die, it just became transparent. It became the background noise of our civilization. As the night deepens over the Hapsburg, we must ask ourselves one last reflective question. If you could hear the clicking of the jaw in your own life, would you recognize it? Would you know when you are being tuned by a force that doesn't care about your happiness? The Hapsburgs were the pioneers of this tuning. They showed us that the body can be a cage and the mind can be a lens. Consider the final state of the silent wing, which we explored in our 4th chapter. It is still bricked up. The air inside has not been touched by a human lung in 100 years. But the sensors placed by modern researchers show that the vibration inside those rooms is actually increasing. Without a living king to ground the energy, the rooms are building up a resonant charge. The empty coffins in the imperial crypt are no longer empty of intent. They are the lead anchors holding the frequency in place. Every time a tourist walks past those bronze sarcophagi, they are being sampled by the echo. They are being scanned by the remnants of the alchemist's toll. The psychological landscape of our journey is now coming to a full circle. We began with a heart the size of a peppercorn, and we end with a click in the dark. We have seen the moral decay that turned a family into a mineral. We have seen the wedding of shadows that bred a curse into the bone. We have seen the silver spoon that grounded a monster's hunger. All of these rituals were successful in one way. They ensured that the Hapsburgs would never be forgotten. Not because of their art or their laws, but because of their atmosphere. They created a mood of history that is so heavy and so thick that it acts like a drug on the human mind. When you study the Hapsburgs, you don't just learn facts, you enter a trance. This hypnotic quality is the final layer of the Hapsburg Shadow. They are still ruling us through our curiosity. They are still feeding their debt with our attention. Every minute you spend thinking about the divine deformity, you are providing a small amount of vibrational fuel to the entity. You are the new resonator. The informative conclusion of the saga is that there is no such thing as an unresolved ending. There is only a continuum. The Hapsburgs are a part of us now. They are the click in our silence. They are the mirror in our vanity. They are the weight in our crowns. As you lie there in the quiet of the present moment, feel the softness of your own life. You are the opposite of the Hapsburg machine. You are warm and flexible and unpredictable. You are the noise that the iron mirror could never silence. Your humanity is the only thing that the red shadow cannot consume. The atmospheric build of our story is now complete. The candle in the treasury has finally burned down to the wick. The scent of aged parchment is fading into the scent of the morning air. The Hapsburg shadow is receding not because it is gone, but because it is hiding in the light. The archive is vast and the secrets are many. We have walked through the halls of the Hapsburg and descended into the crypts of the Escorial. We have seen the price of world dominance and the erasure of the human heart. We have heard the clicking of the jaw and the humming of the bone. The file on the Hapsburgs is a heavy one bound in lead and sealed with silver. It contains the medical reports of monsters and the marriage contracts of ghosts. It is a record of a family that tried to reach the stars by digging a hole into the earth. But for tonight, our journey is at an end. The resonance has slowed to a rhythmic hum. The clicking has found its final beat. The weight has been lifted from the page. You are free to leave the silent wing and return to the world of the living. The Hapsburgs are at rest in their lead-filled coffins and their copper urns. The iron mirror is waiting in the dark, and the entity is full. The dead of 1273 is a fading echo in the mountain wind. Listen to the silence of your own room one last time. It is a human silence. It is a silence of peace and not of grounding. It is a silence that belongs to you and you alone. The story of the Hapsburg Shadow is a reminder that the greatest power is not the power to rule.